can't get ahead of any decision the Prime Minister.
Yes, may I call please Dr. Karthik Thangavellu.
Yes, good morning.
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly.
Can you hear?
Sorry, I do solemnly,
Sincerely and truly.
sincerely and truly,
Declare and affirm.
and affirm
And affirm.
and affirm
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Thangavellu, you have prepared a witness statement for this inquiry dated 28th December 2025.
That's correct.
Is that statement true to your best knowledge and belief?
That's correct.
You're a consultant psychiatrist employed by the Nottinghamshire Healthcare NHS Foundation Trust.
Yes,
You're currently on a sabbatical.
that's correct.
At the time of VC's fourth admission to the Redwood ward in February 2022, a Section 2 detention, you were a consultant working on that ward.
That's correct.
And you were VC's responsible clinician for the purposes of that admission. Your colleague, Dr. Gibson, who's one of your trainees at the time, he gave evidence to this inquiry yesterday. Did you see that evidence?
I did see most of it, and then I read the transcript.
So far as your direct involvement during VC's fourth admission, you attended, didn't you, MDTs on 31st January 22, 7th of February, 14th of February, and 21st of February?
That's correct, yes.
And you attended 2 ward reviews where VC would have been present, 3rd February and 10th of February.
And also the 24th.
And that was the discharge meeting, wasn't it, which was akin to a ward review?
That's correct.
And ultimately, the decision you made, the decision that was taken, was to discharge VC into the community on oral medication, even though, to use your words, you were advocating for depot during the admission.
Yes.
And the position was, as you set out in your statement, he would not agree to depot, that's VC, and you did not think taking coercive steps under the Mental Health Act to enforce depot or use a CTO, community treatment order, that you didn't think those steps were justified.
No, the CTO would have come later on if we had gone on to Section 3, but at that stage, it was the depot.
Yes, and you didn't think you were able to convert the Section 2 admission to a Section 3 for the purposes of putting in place a CTO to enforce depot?
It wouldn't be lawful just for those purposes, but Section 2 patients could be converted to Section 3 if necessary.
Could be, did you say?
If they met the criteria for Section 3, Section 2 patients can be placed under Section 3, but not purely for the purpose of getting them onto a CTO.
I'm going to explore in your statement, and it's a lengthy statement. You set out the various reasons why you didn't feel you could take coercive steps. I'm going to go through those, but if we can start by looking at the context, the immediate context of the fourth admission, and it's a Nottingham City Council document 43, and this is the AMP report from the Mental Health Act assessment 28th January 2022. And if we go to page 5 of that document, please, we have the comments here of the assessing doctors, and it's the 4th paragraph on that page, starting Dr. Lomas and Dr. Manzar, both of whom, as is set out here, were previously acquainted with VC, and what is set out is second sentence, both felt that VC needs to be in hospital to manage his mental health. Risk to others is high. Although during assessment he does not appear overly psychotic, they believe that he was masking his symptoms and was very guarded with what he was willing to share. Community treatment is no longer a viable option, as VC was not fully engaging and is refusing to meet in a more private place so that fuller discussions can be made. And so in light of what is being set out by the doctors there, in terms of the complexity of the presentation, you've got somebody who the doctors believe is masking psychotic symptoms.
Yes.
And who presents with a high risk to others.
Yes.
And is no longer safe in the community.
That's correct, yes.
And so the purposes of the admission to Redwood was to improve that situation, to change that situation.
Yes, for assessment to establish if there is anything going on.
If we can start looking then at some of the reasons why ultimately VC was not discharged on depot, a point you make in your statement, and it's page 55 of your statement, paragraph 175. It will come up on the screen in a moment. You say in your statement, he was referring to VC. Throughout the period of the admission, he was fully compliant with medications.
That's correct.
During previous admissions, VC had also been fully compliant, hadn't he? This was the fourth admission, and during the first, second, and third, he had been compliant or become compliant with medication in those admissions.
That's my understanding, yes.
And so by the stage of this fourth admission, it was clear, wasn't it, or it should have been clear, that compliance as an inpatient by VC was not translating to compliance in the community.
I mean, I would say certainly there were periods where that did not translate into full compliance in the community. However, it hasn't been a consistent picture throughout his history. There were periods, certainly between the first and second admission. From what I understood, there were a couple of weeks where he became non-compliant. From the period from the second admission to the third admission, as far as the community team was concerned, even though they suspected non-compliance, I don't think there was anything concrete to say that he had become non-compliant until August of 2021. I mean, that was the picture I gleaned from looking through his notes. But certainly between the third admission and the fourth admission, the picture was again not consistent or clearer. I certainly looked for evidence of it, both from his care coordinator, also looking through his records. I mean, it certainly felt like there was a speculation that he might have become non-compliant.
Well, come on.
There wasn't any.
We're going to go through some of the entries in the history on the issue of non-concordance. But as a broad proposition, this was a fourth admission in the space of under 2 years, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And the three previous admissions, VC had been compliant whilst an inpatient.
Yes.
And in the community, he had not been compliant.
At times, yes.
Dealing with the issue of non-concordance, and you've just referred to it in your previous answer. How you describe it in your witness statement, it's page 56, paragraph 183. You say it was suggested that the reason for relapse was a possible non-concordance, although this was disputed by VC. And in paragraph 184, you say you made every attempt to establish evidence for non-compliance in the months preceding the admission, and you couldn't conclude that relapses were only due to non-compliance. When you refer to making every attempt to establish evidence, was that a matter of going through the records and looking at what patterns existed?
That's correct, but also trying to correlate that with the history from VC himself and his care coordinator.
And so far as the conclusion you reach, is it right to say it's your paragraph 393, page 117 of the statement? There you describe VC as generally concordant. Was that the conclusion you reached having looked at the records?
So I'm just trying to look for the line actually. So it's 390. Yeah. Yes, sorry.
And if we can look, please, at an interview that you gave for the purposes of an internal review. It's NHFT document 4709. And then page 3 of that document. Again, this is on the issue of medication concordance. First paragraph on that page, second sentence. VC gave a plausible explanation, said he was taking it, that's his medication, once a day, not realising a 10 mg tablet, not 20 mg, didn't seem deliberately untruthful, sounded plausible.
That's correct.
Sorry, go on.
That's correct, yes.
If we can put the RIO records on, and I'm going to take you through some of the entries in the records, Dr. Thangavelli, dealing with the issue of concordance. At first, page 58. This is a mental health act assessment. This is 14th of July 2020, so it's ahead of VC's second admission. The fourth paragraph on that page, clear from the assessment that day that VC had decided to stop taking his medication 2 weeks after his discharge from hospital. He believed he was well. And so this is fairly early on, isn't it? You've got the first admission, and 2 weeks after being discharged from the first admission on medication, there's clear evidence of non-concordance.
Certainly from that record, he had stopped his medication, and I believe that information probably came from him himself, and it is one of the kind of most common things that you see after the first episode or the first admission. When people get well, they wanted to almost experiment with coming off the medication. Yes.
So that's the period following the first admission. Then we have the second admission. If we go to page 79 of the records, please. And this is during the second admission. These notes are from 21st of July. It's a ward review led by Dr. Sedat. And if we go to the final paragraph on that page, under the heading Patient Comments, about halfway down in that paragraph, there was a reference to VC saying he recognises the importance of continuing medication after discharge more. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then towards the bottom of the page, it refers to Dr. Sedai explaining to VC that it was his view if he'd not stopped taking medication, he probably would not be here again. VC understands that he must take his medication regularly.
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
And that position there, it's similar really, isn't it, to what you believed during your admission. You believe that you had a commitment from VC to continue taking medication post-discharge.
There are parallels, and we sometimes have had these scenarios repeated many times, actually, even with people who had been through the condition for several years.
Well, following the second period of detention, and notwithstanding what is set out in this note, there's almost, aren't there, immediate grounds for concern as to VC's medication concordance with the crisis team. So if we go to page 119, this is an entry from 1st of August 2020. Clive Chimby from the crisis team. Halfway down the page, we had the paragraph that starts, when we arrived this evening, he still had not taken his medication. This is immediately following the second admission, when he's been told that he's become unwell again as a result of not taking medication. He's indicated that he understands the need to take it, and straight away that there are issues with concordance, aren't there?
I mean, it would be hard to draw some firm conclusions based on just that one observation. I mean, it's possible that he was trying to be evasive by stating that he couldn't find them. But equally, it could well be that he had misplaced. I mean, it's again one of those things where you don't want to jump into a conclusion straight away. I mean, it's possible that he didn't want to take it on that day. Perhaps, I mean, these medications can be quite powerful. Obviously, these are psychotropic medications that hit the brain and can cause all sorts of side effects as well, actually. And it could well be that at that particular point in time, he may not have felt inclined to take it then and there.
But a patient not wanting to take medication, that aversion to taking medication that is required to stay well and to reduce risks, that is a concern, isn't it, as to concordance?
I mean, I don't know if we can call that as an aversion. I mean, he's not expressing anything there to say...
No, I appreciate that, but you said maybe he didn't want to take medication that day, and I'm saying if that you're speculating that might be the reason, and if that was the reason, if there was that aversion, then that would not be a matter of reassurance, would it? It would create a concern as to concordance.
I mean, again, we are speculating a number of possible scenarios, but we won't know for sure what ultimately happened unless he hit.
Should we look through the records? That's just one of the crisis appointments. So if we look through the others, page 122, crisis visit, 3rd of August, top of the page, crisis come, and the purpose of their visit is to ensure concordance, isn't it? VC says, it's the second line, said he's already taken his morning meds. He showed me meds with evidence of tablets having been dispensed.
Yes.
Do you have that? But he's told by the crisis worker, next sentence, we need to do medication concordance with him.
So clearly on this occasion, it seems to suggest that the tablets have been dispensed. By that, I take it that the tablets have been taken.
Yes, well, the point I was taking you to is the crisis workers are trying to do medication concordance, they can. VC's told that they need to do medication concordance, and if we look at page 123, this is a 4th of August entry. Again, when he is visited, third paragraph down, he states that he's already taken the medication. So again, not allowing for the crisis team to ensure concordance.
Yes. Again, I don't know if he was challenged on that occasion as to why he didn't wait for them, and whether he was asked to show his supply to just check if the right numbers are there to match up.
So it's potentially explicable, but what we're doing here is we're looking, because you said you would have looked for the evidence as to concordance, and so we're seeing something of a pattern emerging. If we go to page 136, please. And this is later in the year. It's the middle entry, 6th of November 2020, by Gary Carter. He's part of the EIP team. And in the middle of the note on that page, he writes, I took with me 1 month's supply of medication because they were overdue indeed. VC said he had about 10 left. And so again, this is another clear indication, isn't it, of non-concordance, at least 10 days non-concordance.
I'm not dismissing the possibility of non-concordance, but in mental health work, this is not an unusual scenario. I've been to many home visits where there would be medications, a strip of medications half taken that might have been from some time ago, because there's always a bit of an overlap between when the prescription is written for, when the pharmacy have issued it, and when the CPN takes them. It's possible that he was untruthful. That's very much a possibility.
Yeah. There are perhaps a number of possibilities, but the strong indication from this is that VC is not concordant, because he is supposed to have run out of medication. The EIP team are dealing with prescriptions. His prescription is overdue. The fact he's still got 10 tablets left indicates that he has not been concordant. He's not been taking the medication he should have.
It's very much a possibility, yes. Again, the confirmatory evidence would be to just make sure that is the number adding up. That's what we do. You ask them to show the pack, you do a pill count, and see how many days have been missing. Does that tally with the last dispensing? So that would be the confirmatory test, but it's quite possible that he wasn't complying as he should have been.
If we look, please, take this document down. If we look at the Nottingham City Council document 50, this is the AMHP report for the 3rd of September assessment by Amy Staples. And if we go, please, to page 3 of this report, we can see at the final 4 lines of that first paragraph, there was a bag of unused medication dating back to February 2021. Now that's in circumstances where VC had told a doctor, Dr. Sasidaran, on 10th of August 2021 that he was compliant with his medications. If there is a bag of unused medication going back to February 2021, again, this is further strong evidence, isn't it, that he is not concordant in the community?
I mean, this sort of evidence is what we would want to see. It points towards, I mean, to me, it means two things, actually. So one is, so if you say bag of unused medication dating back to February 2021, does that mean, I don't know when this was picked up, I think this was probably a bit late. I think I remember seeing this.
3rd of September, this report is.
Yeah, so 6, 7 months worth of medication. So that would be, if it was 10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of aripiprazole that he was on, should be 200 tablets, actually, if it is a 20 milligram, or 400. If we have that amount of medication, and clearly he hadn't taken from February till August of that year. But certainly this is pointing towards a pattern of non-concordance. But I would be interested to know, why was it? Was it because he was taking half the dose himself without telling the team, or was he just taking it a bit patchy? Because we know sometimes patients take 4 days, 5 days rather than 7 days.
Did you look into
there could be a number of possibilities.
Did you see
but also
this?
It was
when you were looking for evidence of concordance, did you see this report and read it?
I didn't see that. I think it's the AMP report you said, yes, from 2021. But I know as part of the inquest, this came up before, I think.
If we go back to the Rio records, page 199, and this is an entry from the 19th of November 2021, and this touches on the issue of 10 mgs versus 20 milligrams, one of the explanations that was given to you.
Yes.
This is an entry by Claudia Bertels, his CCO, states he had been taking 10 mg/OD since the admission, aware that he needs to take 20 mg/OD, said he would do so. So there's no suggestion there, is there, that he was confused or that he thought he should be taking 10 mgs. It says instead he's aware that he needs to take 20 milligrams, and there's a commitment by him to do so from that point.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it seems like there's something going on there about what he might want to take as opposed to what has been prescribed. I mean, that certainly seems to be what has been or may have been happening from looking at this.
And if we're on the same page, if we go further down to the conversation with Celeste, that's VC's mum, and this deals with the issue of engagement with appointments. There, it refers to a conversation with VC over the weekend and the importance of attending outpatient appointments being reiterated. VC told his mum he had a deadline that week, would contact his CCO to request the appointment to be rearranged. Now, one of the points that you make in your statement was that while there was confusion over what address VC was living at, and that might explain why he wasn't attending appointments. But from this entry here, it seems clear, doesn't it? He's aware that he's missing appointments, and it's nothing to do with post going missing.
No, I think from what I looked at in terms of the confusion over address, I don't think every missed appointment could have been explained through that. What I was inferring was certainly there was some confusion over the address, and I know the team tried to see him at his stated home address a couple of times when he was not there. So what I was inferring there was, so like the bigger picture might be that, say, he missed 2 out of 3 appointments or 2 out of 5 appointments, but I was just questioning myself actually, more than anything else, as to could it be that some of this be attributed to the confusion over the address, which is a very realistic prospect. If people are turning up at the wrong address, he probably wouldn't have known that actually.
Well, that's one entry. If we look at page 201, where VC is asked why he's missed appointments with Dr. Lloyd and whether it's because he didn't want to see the EIP team, he said that wasn't the case. But again, he doesn't suggest, does he, well, I wanted to go to the appointment, but there's some issue with my address, or you've gone to the wrong place, or I didn't receive the appointment letter.
Yeah, yes, I can see that.
So the suggestion, and you go to some length to outline this in your statement, the suggestion that the reason for non-engagement was because of confusion as to VC's address, it doesn't seem to match up to the records, does it?
I don't think it doesn't match up entirely, because as I've said in the document, I mean, I wasn't kind of categorically saying, well, that was the only reason why VC was missing appointments. But when there is a clear evidence to say that there was a confusion over the address, it is a very realistic prospect that at least some of those appointments could be due to the address issue itself. I mean, that can happen to any of us, and particularly for students who may not be updating the address at the GP appointments and so on. So, and I can't explain why that may not be a viable explanation, at least to a degree, actually. I mean, clearly, there were 2 home visits to the wrong address.
Can we look at the immediate context just prior to your admission? So this is entries in December 21, January 2022, page 202 of the RIA records. It's that top entry at that page. The date is the 17th of December, and that is the last entry of VC collecting his medication. He's noted to be fixed in his staring, has a hostile edge to him, and walks away mid-conversation. But again, if this is the last medication pickup, then on any view, early 2022, he's going to be non-concordant, isn't he?
I think what I observed from looking through his notes, when the kind of the context in which this was happening was, I asked, Ms. Bertels was suggesting that he was non-compliant. I mean, quite rightly. I mean, she has known the pattern for a long time, and VC immediately responded to say that's incorrect, and he was only referring to just the 2 months prior to the fourth admission to my ward, since discharge from the Priory. So when I did a quick look through Rio, I mean, I think in that conversation, it was also coming out that, so there was a period soon after discharge where he was allegedly taking 10 milligrams when he should have been taking 20 milligrams. And he was saying that himself, and I think Ms. Birtles also suggested that that was the case. So when I looked at it, and I mean, I would have spent probably a few minutes looking through that. Just I did a quick search, and it showed that he had collected 2 28-day supply between November and January before the crisis team took over. I mean, I think broadly the dates seem to match if you account for the fact that he had been taking 10 milligrams until Ms. Birtles reminded him to take the 20. And his explanation at that point was, I thought each tablet was a 20 milligram tablet until you told me that it was 10 milligrams.
Yeah.
And that's how it panned out, actually. So, I mean, I couldn't decide one way or the other. It's quite possible that he had been taking 10 milligrams. And what I would have liked to see, or liked VC to have done, is to just tell the team, look, I don't like the 20 milligrams. Would you consider getting me on the 10 milligrams? And that's what I would have liked to see. But just based on the evidence, just to answer the question around the tallying up the numbers.
On the point of 10 milligrams and this explanation, we'll come in a few moments to when this explanation emerges. But VC's medication had been increased from 10 to 15 milligrams on 10th of November 2020, hadn't it? And then from 15 milligrams to 20 milligrams on 1st of February 2021. So wouldn't it be really completely implausible that he was in any real doubt up to a year later or several months later as to what the correct dosage of his medication was?
I think he probably knew that the prescribed dose was 20 milligrams, but it might be that he didn't want to take the 20 milligrams because it might not have suited him, and it might be that the 10 milligrams was much more suiting to him. I mean, but
if that was the explanation, Dr. Thangavelli, if that was the explanation, that he, despite being prescribed 20 milligrams, he didn't want to take it because it was too much and he was taking 10 milligrams, that would be non-concordance, wouldn't it? It would be him not complying with his prescription.
It would be non-concordance. However, what I would say is, from a psychopharmacology point of view, it's well established, even by the manufacturers themselves, that 20 milligrams and 30 milligrams is no more effective than 10 milligrams. In fact, 10 milligrams is supposed to be the optimal dose because it blocks 60 to 80% of the dopamine receptor, and anything above 10 milligrams goes towards side effects. I mean, that's
Isn't
a well-established
20 milligrams the therapeutic dose? Isn't that where the therapeutic dose begins?
No.
And if there's, Dr. Thangavelli, if there's no difference between, or no benefit to 20 milligrams or 30 milligrams above 10 milligrams, then why do you prescribe anybody 20 milligrams?
That is a very good question, and that's unfortunately how. The answer is that's unfortunately how the drug companies kind of manufacture and market, because for some people, 20 milligrams might be needed. For some people, 30 might be needed, but
well, I thought you said, sorry, just so that I'm following the thread of this answer, I thought the answer you gave a few moments ago is that there's no real benefit above 10 milligrams for 20 milligrams or 30 milligrams. And when I've asked you, well, why prescribe 20 milligrams, you refer to the drug company. So is this some kind of profit-making routes by pharmaceutical companies?
Not at all. So all medications have a dose range. All medications have a dose range, and that's born out of the kind of the phased trials. So every medication has got a dose range, but that doesn't mean that the topmost dose is better than the mid dose or the lower dose. What we know with aripiprazole particularly is, I mean, if you read the product characteristic of aripiprazole from Otsuka Pharmacy, it would say the 20 and the 30 do not have a great advantage over 10 milligrams. So
we're probably going down a slightly different avenue, but
sorry.
Is the bottom line this? If VC has been prescribed 20 milligrams, he's been told to take 20 milligrams, he's been reminded by his care coordinator that that's the correct dosage, and he's not doing so, he is not concordant. Do you accept that?
I agree.
Thank you. Can we deal with the issue of insight, please? Your witness statement, page 68. Paragraph 217, Dr. Thangavelli. In respect of VC's insight, you described that he had reasonable levels of insight into the nature of his symptoms, disorder and treatment. You see that at the bottom of that paragraph on the screen? Do you have that?
Yes, yes.
And later in your statement, it's page 103, paragraph 349. You describe how VC felt aggrieved by the EIP team having a low threshold to admit him to hospital when he felt it was not necessary.
That's correct.
So you're describing on the one hand somebody with reasonable levels of insight and also his feelings of aggravation because he doesn't accept that he should have been in hospital on the occasions that he had been.
I think my understanding from talking to him was that he felt the admissions were not necessary. I mean, again, I'm only kind of reflecting on what I saw.
Would it be helpful to have the note from your ward review? We can put that up. We can look at the 10th of February one, page 238. And that third paragraph from the bottom, I interrupted you, but this is where you're having a discussion on this point. And this is where VC is describing that he only had one recognised episode, which was the first admission, and that one was totally rational, but the following ones were not rational. So he's accepting, and it's written, he accepts his behaviour leading up to the first admission was uncharacteristic, but not prior to the following episodes, as the experience never reappeared.
Yes, that's what he was saying, yes.
That, or is that consistent with reasonable levels of insight, given what you know about the second admission, that's VC stopping taking his medication, assaulting a neighbour, barging into the flat, having to be restrained, third admission, when he presents with delusions as to medical practitioners conspiring against him and violently and brutally attacks police officers. Given the background to those two detentions, is VC's description here of the two later admissions being irrational, does that show good insight?
What I would say is, I wasn't just basing it on this one particular discussion. I think on this occasion, I mean, I remember was a very long meeting. Actually, we discussed several things on that day. But say, for example, towards I think either the meeting before then, that was probably the 3rd of February, I think he was still touching upon some experiences. And again, towards the end, on the 24th, he was talking about experiences which he had before the third admission.
Do you want to go to that note? Do you want me to put it on screen? It's page 226. And the first paragraph, when he's describing the last admission, you can see it in the second sentence. He said that during the last admission, it was to do with hospital disagreement as the hospital wanted to continue the treatment. Now, you said about insight, you weren't just basing it on one discussion. This is a second discussion I'm taking you to, and you only saw him 3 times. Does that entry there, does that indicate reasonable or good insight?
I was referring to his expression of symptoms rather than the admission. I mean, he clearly was not happy about the third admission. And when he was discussing with me on the 10th, I think he used the word first episode. And I think there was some merit to it in that the first two admissions happened in very quick succession. And it's most probable that it was part of one episode. But that aside, what I was mentioning about the insight, I mean, again, without going too much into the details, the way we understand insight, it's not a all or none phenomena. I think most psychiatrists would say that. It's never to be seen as an all or none phenomena. And it's not static. There are 3 dimensions to it. The first one is recognition of symptoms. The second one is perhaps linking those symptoms to some of the behavior. And the third level of insight is the more of what we call as the attribution to a condition. And most patients with mental health problems actually fail at the third dimension of attributing it to an illness or a diagnosis or a label, whichever way you want to call it, because their way of making sense of the experiences may not be matching with a biomedical model or psychological model. And that is the most common phenomena that you see when you try to test for people's insight. I mean, again, insight is not something that you can easily test by just asking a set of questions. But when you have a conversation...
Dr. Gibson gave evidence yesterday as to the limited information available to the discipline of psychiatry. But when considering insight, to what extent would you take into account a patient's description of previous episodes, whether they accepted that they were ill, whether they were able accurately to describe circumstances leading to an admission?
I think it's a very valid point, and I think that's something that I would want to see in patients when discussing about the episodes. But again, it's not something that you would see kind of clear cut in patients. I mean, it may be difficult if you haven't spoken to somebody who had been through this before, but the way it would come out is usually in trickles, actually. So, they may be holding back their guard about admitting that they had been unwell when you ask them a direct question. But in other conversations, they might say, yeah, the voices were bothering me and so on. So it tends to be somewhat...
Focusing on the conversations that you had and just considering the evidence base that was available to you as to insight, in circumstances where VC was describing his last admission as being to do with a hospital disagreement, when in fact it involved him assaulting police officers in the way that he did, and for him to suggest that there was no rational reason for that admission, do you consider that to be consistent with good insight or poor insight, or do you say it's...
That particular part doesn't really add up to the argument for good insight. And certainly I wouldn't say that. But say, for example, on the 24th, he was able to touch upon the other psychotic phenomena that he was experiencing, which was more around the technology interference into his brain. So that again showed that he was able to recognize some sort of experience that he was going through, but he may not want to call it as psychosis, and that's not unusual at all when you talk to somebody, particularly with psychosis. You do have these expressions of symptoms, but when you kind of try and push that into, so does that mean that, or would you agree that that is a symptom of schizophrenia? They just stop at that point or retract a bit for a number of reasons, but that doesn't make them completely insightless, because
Can we look at... Sorry, go on. Sorry. If we can look at Signet document 11, please, and this is a document from VC's third admission. If we go to page 5, this is a report from Dr. Sholokova, who was the responsible clinician whilst VC was at Signet during that third admission. And this is from September 2021, 17th September. Bottom box on that page, VC does not believe he suffers from mental disorder, and therefore he's adamant he does not need any treatment for that.
Yes.
And Dr. Sholokova, and this is borne out in the Signet notes, her view and the view of her team was that VC completely lacked insight. Was there any real difference between VC's acknowledgement of mental health problems then and during your admission?
I think so. I know certainly before the admission to Signet, he was floridly psychotic, and it was quite evident that he lacked insight, and I had no doubt over it, actually. But the difference when he came to Redwood 1 was he was less symptomatic or nearly asymptomatic. He probably did have some residual symptoms prior to the fourth admission, as you would commonly see, because the illness rarely completely remits. It's only a third of people who have complete symptom remission. But certainly at that point, I agree that he probably had a total lack of insight. But as I was explaining earlier, insight is not to be seen as all or none all the time. It's very fluid. It's not static. There are so many factors which play up in the gaining back of insight.
Did you conclude that VC had a greater appreciation, or that he did believe he suffered from a mental disorder, in contrast to what Dr. Sholokova's written in that first bullet point?
I mean, I couldn't tell if he had a greater insight in that dimension, because that's the dimension that most people will struggle to demonstrate a good insight, the disorder part of it, actually, or the diagnosis part of it. But where people gain insight often when they come out of the acute episode is the ability to recognize symptoms, which they may be able to pin down as the one that probably got them into difficulties, interpersonal difficulties or intrapersonal difficulties. It may be that they deeply suffered within themselves. It might have made them feel anxious. It might have made them to act out. So it's that recognition that usually comes out. And when I spoke to VC on the 10th, I was able to see that although it was mainly around the first episode, as he put it, there was evidence for it, actually. I mean, I couldn't completely dismiss that. So, and that's what I was trying to explain.
Was there evidence that he acknowledged or recognised that he had a mental disorder, or he suffered one beyond that first rational admission as he described it?
I don't think we progressed too much into that particular topic alone. I know the discussion, and as I said, that meeting was very long. We discussed several things on that day.
Can we deal with a different issue then? I've taken you to the part of your witness statement where you describe VC being aggrieved that the EIP team had a low threshold to admit him. And in your witness statement, it's paragraph 329, page 98, when you're describing VC's engagement with the crisis team immediately prior to the fourth admission, you say he only missed one of the appointments out of 9. And despite his efforts, he felt the mental health services reneged upon the agreement. Was that a view that you were sympathetic to? Did you think VC was reasonable in that view?
I mean, I don't know if I would use the word sympathetic, but I was empathetic actually towards him. I was putting myself into his shoes, rightly or wrongly. I mean, that's what we do. I was aware that he was probably in the middle of exams and he might have been under a lot of stress. And getting somebody for daily visits when you have, I know he was also working, I think, at the time, actually, in a warehouse. So I think he was managing his exams, the university side of things, the job, and obviously he had to agree to come and meet people on a daily basis.
Was it your view that he had engaged with the crisis team and that the crisis team or the EIP team had reneged on the agreement? He only engaged at the superficial level. That was my impression. I didn't think that he engaged in any deep, meaningful way. He wouldn't sit and have a chat. He would come and have just put his tablet in the mouth and leave. I mean, the way I saw VC was he was very much a matter of fact person. I didn't see any soft skills in him. And just focusing then on this issue of engagement, because the position was there had been a mental health act assessment on the 19th of January, and this is the one that Dr. Skelton was at, where it was decided that VC would not be detained, and there was a plan of community treatment. We can see this, it's the City Council, Nottingham City Council document 40, page 5. It's at the bottom of this page under the heading discussion with VC. VC accepted the plan of a community treatment. VC advised he would prefer for these community appointments to take place not at his home address, and it sounds as if there was some debate about that, but it was concluded that as long as he engages with the crisis team, the plan could be trialled. Yes, so that was the plan that was put in place as a basis for him not being detained. And then if we look at the subsequent AMP report, it's Nottingham City Council document 43. And if we go, please, to page 5. And again, we've looked at this before, but now we'll go to the third paragraph. 3 lines down, Dr. Lomas again explained that he has been seen by at least 7 different professionals in the past 9 days, and 5 of them could not be certain he had taken his medication. He did not fully engage in the assessment, and when asked questions, he would state that this was not relevant to this time now. And you'd obviously reviewed the notes. There's only 2 occasions noted where it's clear that he's consumed medication, isn't it, on those crisis appointments? Twice he doesn't attend. Once he's seen taking something from his mouth and putting it in the bin. He walks off. He doesn't engage.
The engagement was superficial. I mean, that was clear. He wasn't staying back to have a chat with them despite their attempts.
Would that not be a red flag for insight then? If you have a patient in front of you who's saying he's aggrieved by the EIP team, he feels that health professionals have reneged on an agreement, would that not show a lack of insight where there's a clear plan for engagement and it's clear on the documents that he's not complied?
I mean, again, I'm not trying to defend his position at all here, but I don't know how much of this was discussed with him. And you do have patients who, I'm certainly seeing patients who would say, well, you only asked me to come and meet you and take the tablet in front of you, and I did that in front of you. What more do you want? It's hard for me to, and again, I wasn't too sure myself actually as to what really went on there. Did he actually not take the medication at all, or did the crisis team get wrong? I mean, it was so ambiguous because the way the records were documented was he'd put the tablet in his mouth, but he would not drink. Certainly, there was again the incident relating to the suspected spitting of the tablet. Again, it didn't say that they clearly saw it. It was very vague and ambiguous. So when I
did you speak to VC about that? Did you say to him, well, look, that there are these, you're saying you feel aggrieved, but of these visits, there's two that you've missed. One when you're seen taking something from your mouth and putting it in the bin, and there's only two occasions where, it appears to be only two occasions where you put the medication in your mouth. What was going on? Did you ask him for an explanation or challenge him on him feeling aggrieved, given what's recorded?
I think that topic was discussed either at the 72-hour review or the 3rd of February. At some point it was touched upon, and he was adamant that, well, if they had wanted me to drink or if they, I think the way he put it across was, if I had known that was going to lead to this admission, then I would have just followed what they wanted me to follow. I think that's the way he put it, actually. And I know of patients who do what they call as dry swallow of tablets. And again, I'm not suggesting remotely that he was compliant, but it just left me questioning myself as to, well, should I just dismiss all of this, or
my question
should I...
was more about, right now, I'm about to move on from this topic of insight, but it was specifically about the question of insight. And you've got somebody who is in front of you saying that they feel aggrieved, they think EIP have gone back on their plan, they've reneged, but it seems plain, doesn't it, from the records that there was a agreement with VC that he was to engage as a condition of not being detained at the first assessment with Dr. Skelton, and then what follows is not consistent with engagement, is it?
I think that's where the confusion came about, actually. I think my reading into the notes was that the first visit or the second visit, the crisis team were running late. He waited and he walked off. They called him and he didn't come back. And then there was this potential spitting of tablet, which I would believe the crisis team on that more than him. But if you still keep that as a potential question mark, the plan continued with him.
Right, so ultimately, were you sympathetic to his feelings of aggravation? Is that the point that you're?
I mean, that's his view. I mean,
right, can we move on to a different topic? Can we move on to his willingness to take oral medication? And if we put your witness statement up, it's page 72, paragraph 240, and you reference the ward review 3rd of February 2022, and the fact that VC indicated a willingness to continue taking his medication in the form of tablets. He felt it was easy to take tablets. and connected to this point. Do you have that? It's 240, bottom of page 72 to the top of page 73. And if we go back again to the notes of the interview, for the purposes of the internal investigation, NHFT document 4709, page 2 of that document. At the final paragraph, it's just coming out. The final paragraph on that page, Dr. Thangavelli, you're noted to say that you didn't have any reason to believe VC was not being truthful in his statements when he said he intends to continue to comply with treatment. Yes, you have it 3 lines from the bottom onwards, and it's that issue. Your view as part of the decision ultimately you made to discharge, his willingness to take medication and whether there were reasons to be concerned. If we look, please, first at Signet document 56. And this is the decision of the Mental Health Tribunal. So this is from back in September 2021. It's during VC's 3rd admission. And if we go to page 4 of that document, there is a section, paragraph 8, which has VC's name in bold at the beginning. And what this describes is VC representing to the tribunal. It's about a little over halfway down that paragraph. VC said he would continue to take medication in the community. Do you see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And that is indicating a willingness to continue taking medication in the same way that you have noted he represented to you a willingness to continue taking medication in the community. But if we then look at the AMP report, it's Nottingham City Council document 38. And this is the report which resulted in the section 2 during the 3rd admission being converted to a section 3. And if we go to page 3 of that document, it's at the bottom of page 3. And this assessment is the 24th of September, Dr. Thangavelli, so it's the very next day after the Mental Health Tribunal hearing where VC refers to continuing to take medication. Bottom of that page, penultimate paragraph starts, VC said he's not experiencing any psychosis, says his mental health disorder stopped in early August 2021, and so he stopped his medication. And then bottom line, VC said he does not have any mental health needs, so does not require treatment. He accepts, going then to the next page, treatment because he has no choice whilst on section, but doesn't see the need for it and perceives no benefit or side effects. He stated that if the section ends, he would leave hospital and resume his university studies and not have contact with the mental health services. Had you read that report at any point during your management of VC during that 4th admission?
I did not.
And it raises concern, doesn't it, looking at that? It raises concern for 2 reasons. One, you have the fact that VC is saying, well, he's only complying with taking medication because he's required to because he's on a section.
Certainly on that occasion he did, and I didn't have any doubt about his desperation to get out of hospital. I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to do during that admission, and perhaps
it's the same issue, isn't it? That you were grappling with, the same risks that you were grappling with, because you're having to consider whether or not you can justify a depot. One of the grounds that you don't do so is because he's complying with medication whilst he's an inpatient. He's saying that he's willing to continue to take oral medication in the community. But we have here him telling an out worker that, albeit on that section, well, he's taking medication there because he's compelled to do so. But once he's in the community, he's not going to do so.
I mean, that's again a very valid point, and I don't disagree. I mean, that probably was a concern that I did have as well. I mean, chances of him coming off the medication when he leaves the hospital. I mean, that's a realistic prospect in any case, actually. I mean, people even go on the depot and then don't turn up for the very next depot on the due date, and that happens all the time. But the only difference that we had, or I saw during my admission, was he was not floridly psychotic from day one. I mean, either his symptoms were in remission, partial remission at least. Now, if the argument was that he hadn't taken the medication since leaving hospital from Priory, that was 3 months unmedicated, but he was still largely asymptomatic from day one. I mean, he probably had some residual symptoms.
Perhaps slightly wondering, just from the point and the entry in this document, what we have, it's significant, isn't it? You've got VC indicating that he will comply when he has to, but when he doesn't have to, he won't. And that is a risk factor, isn't it? It's a risk factor for non-concordance in the community.
It is certainly a potential risk
factor.
And
the second significance of this is, as we've just seen, it comes just a day after he's told the tribunal that he would continue to take medication, and an implication is that he's misled the tribunal. He's told the tribunal what he thinks they want to hear in order for him to get out of hospital.
On that occasion, certainly it seems...
And that's another risk factor, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And you say on that occasion, when you're going through the documents looking for evidence, you're looking for evidence that tells you how this patient behaves and what past behaviours can tell you about future risks.
Certainly, potentially. I mean, I did not dismiss the fact that he had been non-compliant many a times. I kind of really wanted him to be on a depot. I mean, I wasn't kind of saying he doesn't need a depot.
But here we're considering the issue and the point, and I took you to it in your interview where you say didn't have any reason to believe he was not being truthful. In fact, there was evidence available that he would mislead, particularly if it meant him getting out of hospital. And it's not just those entries. If we go to the Rio records, please, page 137. It's the bottom box, which gives us a date, 10th of November 2020. And if we go to page 138, we'll see the substance. And this is an appointment with Dr. Burry, that was a doctor in the EIP team, and Claudia Bertels, his CCA. And in this, he discloses, it's in the third paragraph on that page, that during his second admission, he had told his ward doctor that he no longer heard voices, but he said it's not the case, and he'd only said that because he was tired of being in hospital. And so this is more evidence in your own trust records, isn't it, of VC misleading those treating him when on a section in order to get out of hospital.
I mean, as I said, there were clearly several instances where he probably was not telling the truth, and I don't have any major queries over that at all. But again, the way I would see this is it's just like how I was describing earlier. So he didn't like the ward. I think he's made that very, very clear every time. Nobody likes the ward. I mean, it's not something anybody would want to come into. But he comes to the outpatients clinic and tells this, knowing that the person who's listening to it might react in a completely different way, to say, well, I'm not going to trust you anymore. But at least he volunteered that information, which in some ways, again, it doesn't kind of go towards strengthening the case in any major way, but at least in some ways, he was able to recognize that perhaps there were people who were trying to help me, but I let them down. And I'm telling you this, so you know.
Might be what it says about that day, but in respect of his behaviour, his reliability, in circumstances where you say you had no reason to doubt his truth, it indicates, doesn't it? It shows that whilst an inpatient, he is or is prepared to mislead those who are treating him in order to get out of hospital.
Well, that's certainly a very, very much a realistic, possibility, and it did happen. And
can we go to page 234 of the RIA records, please? Because even during the admission before you, the fourth admission, there are some grounds to be concerned about VC's true willingness to engage. So if we go to the bottom of the page, the 8th of February 2022 entry, this is a brief one-to-one with Mr. Fanuel Shoko, who indicates to VC that he's missing out on therapeutic engagements, and VC's response is he didn't want to engage as he did not agree with the admission and the reasons why he is here. He said that he did not believe he had a mental health issue, and he was going to engage as minimally as he could, keeping out of people's way and not being a management problem until he can go back to his life and continue with his education. Now, particularly in the context of the other entries that we've looked at, doesn't that suggest somebody who is at risk, at least, of just trying to get by the admission, trying to get through the admission, in order to be released back to the community with no real willingness to continue with treatment thereafter?
I mean, there's no question that he didn't like staying in hospital. As I said before, nobody wants to. I mean, again, if I may just mention, he had a pretty, I wouldn't use the word good, but decent relationship with Fanuel, because I believe he had got to know him from his previous admissions in Rowan 1. But I remember after my ward review on the 10th, he had a further one-to-one session with Mr. Shoko, where he seemed more willing or insightful. And the point I'm trying to make is, yes, people don't come with full insight. People want to get out of hospital, but sometimes you see them putting effort, and you can't completely disregard that. And that's the point I was trying to make.
And so far as engagement more generally on the ward, VC declined OT activities, didn't he? There were no real therapeutic activities noted, much beyond him being on his phone, and he's largely described over the course of the fourth admission as being low profile and interacting with staff on a needs basis. Is that a fair summary of his time on during the...
That is a fair summary, yes.
And the hospital wasn't monitoring his phone or computer use, were they?
No, we weren't.
Did you hear the evidence from Dr. Gibson yesterday that, well, firstly, he'd prefer for patients not to bring phones onto the wards, but if they were, it'd be useful to be able to track phone or computer use, or to provide hospital phones and computers that would be capable of being tracked. Do you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree with that, actually. I don't think that's the right approach to take.
Dealing with the issue of psychosis, and you touched upon this in a number of your answers already, in the extent to which VC was presenting or wasn't presenting with symptoms of psychosis. Because of the lack of engagement on the ward, the nursing notes describing VC largely as disengaged, maintaining a low profile, being guarded on approach. It would have been difficult, wouldn't it, to recognise and identify the extent to which he may have been psychotic?
Yes, that is true, yes.
And your own impression was that VC, on the occasions that you saw him, that he was guarded?
Yes, I think the term guarded has been largely prevalent. However, what I would say is during the ward reviews, I think he did let go of that guard, mostly, compared to how he was presenting in say, for example, in the communal area or other areas of the ward. There's something about him willing to talk, although he would be somewhat reserved and careful about how much information he wanted to give. But I thought he did let go of that guard during the ward reviews more than other times.
And you explored with VC during the ward review the incident which had led to the admission, so the assault of Christopher, his flatmate, and you described this, it's paragraph 318 of your statement, page 95. You say when it was explored with VC, he maintained that it was an altercation and he refused to let Chris leave because he wanted Chris to be present until the police came. And ultimately your view was that the incident was not one that resulted from psychosis.
I mean, that was my opinion, and
have you seen the footage of the incident since?
Since, yes. I mean, I wasn't aware of the footage, actually.
But having seen that footage, it's a significant event, isn't it? Describing it as an altercation is significantly underplaying what had happened. VC's put a housemate in a headlock and held them hostage because they've asked him to clean up behind himself.
Yes. I mean, there's no doubt that must have been a very frightening experience for the flatmates.
Yeah, and they've reported it to the university. The police have been called. Now, Dr. Skelton's view was that there was a relationship between VC's mental health and the assault. Do you not consider that completely disproportionate response to be as a result of VC's condition?
Potentially, but I think, and again, I'm trying to not let the footage to influence my opinion here, but I think at that point, at least, when we had the initial conversation with him, we didn't know about the headlock. I think the way it came across was about this argument following this dispute over hygiene issues in the flat, and they were wrestling. I think that was the word used. And I was going by what I had at that point, rather than what eventually came out.
Well, during the course of the fourth admission, Dr. Gibson spoke to the flatmate, didn't he? We see it in the rear records, page 228. And as well as dealing with the assault, Christopher discloses that there had been concerns, it's the bottom box, bottom paragraph, that there had been concerns about VC's presentation for about a month. Short screams were heard intermittently from his room, which were thought to be him. He also reportedly entered another flatmate's bedroom in the middle of the night and asked, "Can you hear that screaming?" Referring to a different scream. And this was discussed with you in the NDT on the 7th of February. But those are indications, aren't they, of psychosis?
Well, he clearly had psychotic symptoms. I didn't know the extent of those symptoms, whether it was persistent or very much transient. I remembered from his previous history, I think it was probably early 2021, and he had always complained about hallucinatory experiences on and off, but he was saying what suggesting that he had hallucinatory experiences, but I wasn't too sure about the extent of it. But did
you explore that report of screaming with him? Did you say, well, your flatmates say you hear screaming and that they hear screaming from your room, and that you've asked them whether they hear screaming? Did you explore that with VC?
I don't recall specifically exploring that part. I mean, we were asking questions around hallucinations during the period of admission. And also, quite surprisingly, there were no collateral evidence about him experiencing hallucinations from, say, for example, nursing staff from day one onwards, because he was on 10-minute observations. Even when he was asleep, people would be checking on him every 10 minutes. So it would be very unlikely that somebody must have missed those sort of experiences. I mean, he could have still had those experiences. I mean, I couldn't be 100% sure, but I didn't explore this particular part of the hallucinations with him directly. And
Should you have explored it with him?
Sorry?
Should you have explored it with him?
I think I should have. I mean...
Can we deal, just before the break, please, can we deal with another entry? It's page 260, and it's from your discharge meeting with VC and others. And it's the middle paragraph by the heading Note. And there, you alluded to this earlier in your evidence, but there is a description of the conversation you had with VC about his research into technologies which exist, computer-brain interface. And what the note goes on to record is he did feel that someone outside him was influencing him and controlling him, but it didn't frighten him. He denied that this was still happening and doesn't see any reason for this to happen again. He was unsure as to who was doing it. Now, whilst there is that denial that it's ongoing, and that may have been reassuring, was there any concern about the fact that this did appear to be a belief that VC had, that someone had the ability outside him to control him? He didn't know who it was, and he felt it had happened even if it wasn't ongoing. Isn't that still an indication of somebody with psychotic beliefs?
The way it came across was, so I was kind of pressing him, particularly around this phenomenology of thought insertion, delusions of control, and so on. And I think, if I remember right, I think the way it came across was he was saying, "No, I don't have it." So I think that I used the time frame 4 weeks there actually, and that was for a particular reason, because two reasons. I mean, some of these questions are difficult to ask And if you're trained with something called the present state examination or scan, you would want to use that time frame to pin down, because patients sometimes may not know what time frame to refer to. The way he put it across was, it happened sometime in the past, but he wasn't saying it was happening now or in recent times. That was my understanding from the way he described it, actually. And I thought,
Was it significant that he thought it was real? Was it significant that he wasn't saying, well, I used to believe this, but now I realise that that was a symptom of mental health, and nobody was really controlling my thoughts?
I think that's quite important. I mean, this was one of his main symptoms, that domain of being controlled. I mean, that perhaps showed some kind of evolution of insight. It could be that, or it could be that he was starting to trust us more. I mean, I think I reflected on that actually more recently, and I thought he had no reason to disclose that to us on that day, actually, because that was
This is the day he's being discharged. This was the day of discharge, wasn't it?
That's right. And I felt the fact that he was saying that, knowing that we might just change our mind and stop him, made me think that perhaps he was recognizing the symptoms more. Might be a sign that he was gaining some insight.
Chair, that might be a...
Yes, I think we'll take a break now. We'll start again at 11:05. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sangavelli, we were going through a number of the reasons that led you to conclude you could not enforce a depot. I'm going to deal very briefly with a few more. Your statement refers to the lack of incident on the ward. It's right, isn't it, and you recognise in your statement that VC slammed a door when a nurse was trying to undertake her observations?
That's correct, yes.
And whilst he was on leave, it was reported that he had gone to the university.
That's correct.
And he denied it.
That's correct. Well, although it was not completely established, we think he did. Yeah.
Yes, and you describe in your statement, paragraph 307, you say your impression of it was that when the subject was broached initially, VC was fearful to admit the truth. I mean, basically what you're saying there is he lied about it.
I think that was my impression at the time.
There ought to have been a risk assessment following him going back to the university, shouldn't there?
University as in like accommodation or something?
No, so when he'd gone on leave and gone back to the university when he wasn't supposed to have done, your team should have performed a risk assessment as a result of that.
I mean, risk assessment should be part and parcel of our routine care anyhow, but I'm not entirely sure about the university side of things because as far as I knew at the time at least, there were no say restriction orders or anything of that nature.
So you don't think that should have triggered a specific risk assessment? Is that where you're getting to?
I mean, I'm just trying to understand what that risk assessment would have looked like, actually, to return back to uni, because he was attending uni before admission, and nothing had changed.
Dr. Sangavelli, specifically in respect of leave. Okay, so he's been granted leave.
Sorry. Okay.
He's gone out. He's lied about where he's been. That ought to have informed a risk assessment. Do you agree or do you disagree?
No, sorry. I think in that sense, yes. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, the leave was short periods of leave to to hospital grounds and local areas to attend gym. So that was the broad scope of the leave at that point. Okay.
Can we deal now with the relevance and the weight attached to VC's refusal to agree to depot? Now, one of the points that VC raised was that in the past when he changed medication, he'd experienced side effects. But you explained to him, didn't you, that depot was the same medication. So a fear of side effects was not a good reason not to have depot, was it?
No, I think what he was saying at that point, I know when we read the records, it may not completely stand out, because what he was saying was when he got changed to a different medication, I think he was referring to the last time that got changed, might be Signet, I think. He didn't agree with it or like the side effects. And it occurred to me whether he thought, am I going to change him to that medication, actually? And then I said, no, it's just the same medication that you're taking orally that will be giving in an injectable form.
The issue about needles, and you addressed this in your statement, but you were aware, weren't you, or you've become aware that VC had received COVID vaccinations?
Yeah, I wasn't aware at that time, but since then I became aware.
But what would have been clear, both from the previous notes of previous admissions and from his time on your ward, was that he was keen to be discharged, wasn't he, VC? Keen to get on with his life. And so why not say to him, well, you can only be discharged, you can be discharged, but only on a depot. We're not convinced on your concordance. So the condition for you being released has to be on a depot, and see whether he would agree in those circumstances.
I mean, I would have that would have definitely crossed my mind at the time, and I can't quite remember if I was actively pursuing that line of thinking or not. But the impression I had, well, I mean, it was mostly the meeting on the 10th, actually. So it was, I was trying to convince him somehow and make him agree, and he was quite resistant to the notion of depot, which he had been saying for a while.
In trying to convince him, why not make it clear that, so far as you were concerned and the team was concerned, the way for him to be discharged would be on a depot, because that would ensure his concordance, and see whether he would agree in those circumstances? Because you didn't make it a condition, did you, of him being discharged?
I wasn't attaching it to the condition of discharge, no. But again, I mean, that perhaps wouldn't serve the purpose in any way, actually, because he could just get discharged and stop. That happens a lot of time, actually. So people have the first dose and they may leave and won't turn up for the next depot, actually.
In your statement, it's your paragraph, it's on page 111, you describe feeling that there was a high likelihood that VC would successfully engage with his community mental health team following discharge. Given what had happened following the previous 3 discharges, what gave you comfort that this time was going to be different?
I think I qualified that statement by saying in the short to medium term, not the long term.
Yes, what gave you comfort that this was going to, following this discharge, there would be successful engagement given the recent history?
I think there were a couple of things, actually. I mean, one was I felt that he was coming to a realization that if he, for want of a better word, if he messes about with the medication or completely disengages, then, because I did tell him at the meeting on the 10th very clearly that we want to have assurance from you. You have to engage, and that might be weekly meetings, etc. And that if you disengage, we won't have a second chance. And I thought he took it on board, and I thought there would be, well, that could have been one of the factors. Also, if I remember right, I think he was one of the main drivers for him to get out of the hospital, of many factors, was he was keen to get back to the studies. He kept on coming back to the topic, very frequently, and that was quite evident. I think he had to postpone his exams and a course for a year, and then he went back to it in October after discharge from the 3rd admission, and he had just a few months left to get through the finish line. And I mean, that was one of the factors. I have to admit that. Just
so I'm clear, because the question was, what did you think was going to be different this time? And it's the fact that he was almost about to finish university. Is that?
Well, he had reasons to.
Well, he had reasons to get out of hospital. What reasons did he have for engaging with the community team, as you understood it?
I mean, I think that was one of the reasons, actually. So you would want to stay well or get support. And get through the exams.
All right, can we deal with the issue of Section 2 and Section 3? VC had been detained on a Section 2. A CTO obviously wasn't available without a Section 3 detention. Firstly, is it your view that the 4th admission should have been on a Section 3?
I mean, I couldn't make a definitive statement on that, actually. I think clearly the assessors at that time, they themselves did not
we've heard evidence from the assessors, but in terms of you've received the patient, you've obviously seen the notes. Is it your view that the fourth admission should have been on a Section 3? Yes or no?
I would say I would be leaning more towards no, actually.
If it had been on a Section 3, do you think you then would have imposed a CTO?
It would have given us a bit more time to think. And
If it had been on a Section 3, do you think you would have imposed a CTO?
Not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. It would have given us more time to think and then decide.
You set out in your statement that you consider it not to be good practice to keep someone under detention to convert to a Section 3 for the purposes of a CTO. Just dealing with the issue of conversion from Section 2 to Section 3, because we know that during the third admission, when VC was at Signet, he was converted to from a Section 2 to a Section 3 because his consultant there, Dr. Calocane, thought it was unsafe for him to be discharged back into the community. And of course, the AMP supported the application. It was converted to a Section 3. So as a starting principle, you can convert from Section 2 to Section 3, can't you?
You can, yeah. If they met the criteria, yes.
And in support of that conversion, Signet document 13, at page 4, one of the doctors who wrote a report in support of the Section 3 detention, the reasons given, and it's the bottom 6 lines, refer to, although VC was compliant with medication whilst at Signet, significantly more settled, because of a lack of insight, because of delusional beliefs, and because he couldn't be safely managed in the community, given the severity of the risks of his safety, it was thought there appropriate to convert to Section 3. So in circumstances where you have a patient, and if you conclude that they cannot be safely managed in the community without depot to ensure concordance, then that would be grounds, wouldn't it, for a Section 3 in order to obtain a CTO?
I don't think that in itself is enough. It wouldn't be. Obviously, for the purposes of meeting the threshold for Section 3, so you have the nature and degree clause, you have the treatability clause, and the risk clause to self and others.
VC did present with a risk to others, didn't he?
He did.
And Dr. Gibson's evidence yesterday was that he thought, albeit on reflection, were grounds to convert VC's section to a Section 3 on the basis of the nature of his illness requiring a further period of detention. Do you agree with that?
I think we can certainly have a case based on nature.
His evidence was also that on reflection, he thinks a depot should have been given. And do you agree with that?
I mean, based on all the factors I considered at that point, I did not think a forced injection could be justified.
Have you ever discharged someone on a CTO with a condition of depot?
Very many times, yes.
Dr. Gibson's evidence yesterday described a culture, so this is around the use of the Mental Health Act and the use of restrictive practices. He described a culture and a climate which emphasised the least restrictive approach to patients and mental disorders, enhancing their autonomy wherever possible. He described that being the context for the recent amendments to the Mental Health Act, and being part of the climate that psychiatrists were operating at the time, and that being the message that you were getting from the government, the CQC, Royal College, and at conferences. Does that reflect the culture that you felt you were operating in at this time? Emphasising least restrictive, maximising patient autonomy?
I mean, it is built into the core tenets of Mental Health Act.
Did you get the sense from those bodies or from general psychiatric culture that you were, as a body of professionals, being overly coercive and not respecting patients' wishes?
I mean, I wouldn't use the word overly. I mean, again, it's about how you define that, actually. But having been in this field for 25 years, I have certainly seen many instances where I've felt that least restrictive option was available and could have been used when more coercive route was taken.
He described the message that was coming through to psychiatrists, that there was a disproportionate impact on certain groups. He said that psychiatry, or what was being told to psychiatrists, was that psychiatry was institutionally racist and that there was an implicit bias. Now, did you have a sense of that sort of message being imposed on you?
I didn't necessarily feel that way, actually, and I think we're all quite independent in our practice.
Did you feel you had to second-guess decisions on the basis that you might have implicit bias?
I mean, it's hard to completely disentangle yourself from that. But I think we all stick to our core principles and ethics and values, and we'll all be defined somewhat differently by that.
He described to having moved to being more coercive in his practice. For your own part, do you consider that your practice is more towards a coercive end or more towards a patient autonomy end?
Certainly the dial has shifted more towards coercion.
You've shifted more towards coercion?
Yes.
Since when?
Since VC incident.
You described having used Depot and having released people on a CTA with Depot. Have you released people on a CTA for Depot on grounds of protection of the public? Say, for risk to others?
Yes, we've had patients who've come through the forensic pathways, stepped down from forensic unit into adult units. So, yeah, I have dealt with.
And so far as your patients, have you had experience of deaths shortly following a discharge of a patient of yours?
Death as in suicide, you mean?
Including suicide, yes.
Suicide, yes, but not... Well, 12 years ago, there was certainly an incident which happened soon after, I think soon after discharge or during leave, but I mean, I haven't had any homicides in my career, no.
And the only suicide was the 12 years ago one?
No. So there have been other suicides. I mean, I was working both on the ward and the community. It's one of those rare jobs split between two, and had a significant caseload. And yeah, if you just go by the population statistics, yes, I've had incidents.
Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions. Ms. Witness.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms. Patrick.
Good morning, Dr. Thangavelu. Can you see me and hear me?
I can, yes.
Thank you. My name's Angela Patrick. I represent the families who were bereaved on the 13th of June 2023. I have 4 things I want to ask you about. Medication, the incident with Christopher, disengagement and non-concordance, and then a little bit about one email concerning the investigations after the 13th of June. Okay? Just before I get to those, Mr. Carr asked you just now if you had ever used a CTO and depot when discharging, and you referred to using it in the context of forensic patients who'd been stepped down. Have you ever used a CTO with depot on a patient who's never had a forensic admission?
I have. I think the question Mr. Carr put was in the context of public safety.
Yeah.
And immediately a patient example came to my mind who had been through the forensic pathways. But I have had patients on CTO. I mean, as I said, I was working both on the ward and the community for 12 years straight, and I've had patients on CTO both ends. Actually, I've discharged patients on CTO, and I've received patients on CTO.
So it's public safety that's the matter, isn't it? If there's a risk to public safety, it doesn't matter if the patient's on a forensic pathway or not. That's the question for you, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah. I mean, the patients who had been on CTO in the adult side, not all of them were placed on CTO because of public safety. That's what I was referring to. I mean, some of that would be for other reasons as well.
Okay, going back to my questions. On medication, you've said VC talked to you about side effects connected with changing medication. Did you have the records from the Priory and Signet?
No, unfortunately, I don't think we have that. No.
Did you know, through your conversations with him or otherwise, that he'd been changed onto haloperidol for weeks in September and October?
I have since...
No, not since. At the time, during the admission, did you know he had been changed onto haloperidol?
I think the change happened, if I remember right, I think the trail of events was when he was admitted, he was waiting for, I did know, that's the answer.
You did know? Okay.
Yeah, good.
And did you know that it was only on the 7th of October that he'd been titrated down off of haloperidol and put back onto aripiprazole? Did you know that?
I don't recall knowing that time frame now.
That was relevant information for you to have had, wasn't it? His medication history, important for you to know it, wasn't it?
I mean, I knew, so what I knew was when he came out of Priory, he was on aripiprazole. When he went into Signet, he was on haloperidol. So I knew that at some point it got swapped, but I didn't know the exact time frame.
Thank you. In considering concordance and whether he had been concordant in the community, did you ever consider whether he'd been properly stabilised back onto aripiprazole during the last admission?
It was hard to establish that without objective evidence. I mean, that was the type of evidence I was seeking from the CPN. Can
I stop you there for a moment? Did you ever ask for the records from the Priory and Signet?
No, I did not. No.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to another topic, and it's the incident with Christopher. Now, just before I turn to the notes, you've said this morning, when Mr. Carr was asking you about medication, when you were looking at medication, you'd have taken a few minutes to look at VC's notes, wouldn't you?
You mean the dispensing history, you mean,
Or just his notes. If you were looking at VC, you said this morning you'd take a few minutes to look over his notes. Is that right?
So what I said was I was looking for the dispensing history since his discharge from Priory. So that was, I think, I used there is a search function where you can just put the date, from which date to which date you want to look at. So, yeah, that's what I did.
Would you have read all of his notes or just those that you thought you needed to?
Only those I needed to.
Okay. You've said you read the transcript of Dr. Gibson's evidence yesterday.
This morning, just now before this, sorry.
And you recall I asked him about the note that Dr. Sedat added to the notes about VC's communications with his family and him recording intent to harm others. Do you recall if you read that note?
I think so. I can't quite remember the exact...
Shall I refresh your memory? Can we look at it? It's at NHFT 40-168-2021. Can you see that now, Dr. Thangavelu?
I can see that now, yes.
Yeah, and the part that I took Dr. Gibson to is in the 5th paragraph down, the last sentence. He said the people would not mock him in person and made some remark to wanting to hurt these people he was hearing. Did you read that at the time of VC's admission?
I don't recall reading that part now.
If you don't recall it, do you think you did not read it?
I might have read it, but I don't think it... I mean, I don't recall having read it, actually, so I have to say probably I didn't.
So this is a very unwell man. He lacks insight, an appreciation that part of his history when unwell was an intention to hurt others. That's relevant information for you to have had, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, it would have been certainly useful to have had that information, yes.
And just to be absolutely clear, I also asked Dr. Gibson if he had seen the notes which underlay this note, the original, which had the information about red rum and smashing heads. I'm assuming if you didn't read this note, you didn't see the original record.
I mean, I only came to know about the original record during the process of the inquiry, so yeah, I wouldn't have.
Thank you. If you please bear with me for a moment. Now, turning back to Christopher. Can we look at a section of your witness statement, please? It's WITN 0206 001 and page 96, please. Now, I think just if we can take this quickly while it's coming up, your appreciation, and you've raised this with Mr. Carr this morning, is that that incident with Christopher was not driven out of psychosis. That was your view, wasn't it?
That was my opinion at that time. Yes, based on... Yeah.
We have what you put in your witness statement here now. We can see that. Can you see it, Dr. Thangavelu? Paragraph 319. Yes. Yes. My opinion at the time was that the incident with the flatmate was not driven out of psychosis. There did not appear to be any paranoia or persecutory ideas expressed towards the flatmate in that context. The altercation was not in response to hallucinations or other delusions or affective symptoms. And then you go into the police not acting on it. But if we can turn to the next paragraph, just so that we've got a complete picture, you say, it is of course possible that VC was not truthful, both with regard to his previous and current symptoms, and sought to conceal symptoms during every attempt by mental health professionals to elicit them throughout the period of admittance. However, the lack of such objective evidence during the entire period of admission to hospital did not, in my opinion, support such a conclusion. Now, you've mentioned staff observations on the ward as part of that. Now, whatever they saw, VC was being medicated throughout his time on the ward, wasn't he?
He was, but he didn't display any symptoms from day one onwards.
Was he being medicated from day one?
He was, but the way these medications work is such that, say, for example, I mean, with aripiprazole in particular, it takes half-life of the medication to reach what we call as a stable state. And for aripiprazole, it can be anywhere between 2 weeks or more. So the effect of medication wouldn't kick in straight away. Some effects might be, so like sedation, so that sort of things can sometimes kick in. But for the true antipsychotic effect to kick in, it takes some time.
But he was on medication. Can we turn to what he was telling you in the ward review on the 3rd of February? That's at page 226 of the Rio notes. We may not have to go to it. I'm just bringing it up so you've got it to refresh your memory. You deal with it in your witness statement. He told you it was a long time since he heard voices, maybe over a year ago. Is that right?
I think that, yeah, so clearly if it is recorded like that, that's what he would have said, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been highlighted there for you. Can you see it?
Yes, I can, yes.
Okay, and the call with Christopher is recorded the next day. If we can scroll down to page 228. And we've had this up already. You've heard the reference to the screaming, and
yes.
Dr. Gibson said obviously that was evidence that might point towards him experiencing psychotic symptoms. I think you'd accept that's right.
That's correct, yes.
Yep. And the flatmates are talking about it being over a month. And did you talk to Dr. Gibson about that, this being pointing towards VC experiencing symptoms and possible relapse?
I can't quite remember if we specifically talked about that symptom as a sign of relapse, but I think the impression we made, at least I made out of that, was he was having residual symptoms, which is the most common presentation in psychosis, because people don't achieve a 100% clearance of symptoms, even with medication. So usually there will be some residual symptoms for majority of our patients.
Okay.
It can wax and wane as well.
We've
The
got
impression, sorry.
Can I pause you there, Dr. Thangavelu? Look at this entry, it's in front of you. The flatmates are reporting this in the context of this violent incident. He's reporting VC hearing screaming, nobody else can hear, and him trespassing into others' space. Dr. Gibson accepted that showed a real pattern which echoed the previous admissions. Do you accept that?
I agree, there are similarities.
Did you appreciate that pattern at this time during this admission?
Perhaps not at a very intense level. I think that was probably, it might have been, again, I'm just hypothesizing here.
Please don't hypothesize. Did you appreciate that there was a pattern between previous relapses and his presentation in early 2022?
Yes. I appreciated the pattern there, but there were.
Did you appreciate it then?
Yes, I mean, clearly that was the whole purpose of admission. Actually, that we wanted to assess whether there are any symptoms, and certainly at the point of admission, there were no concerns in terms of any positive symptoms of psychosis, but this information came along and the assessment continued actually. So he was still on 30-minute observations for, I think maybe a couple of weeks or something actually, and then he got dropped. The lowest observation people can go down to is 1 hour. So every 1 hour people get checked. I mean, he was mostly spending time in the communal area anyway, actually. Like, when I say communal area...
Dr. Thangyville, can I ask you to stop and listen to the question? I'm going to move you on to the next document. I'd like to look at the MDT that happens after you've got this new information. It's at pages 232 over onto 233. You see, if we go to the very bottom of the page, 7th of February, and if we scroll over, we see the MDT note. Can we see that?
Yes.
And it's led by you, isn't it?
Yes.
And the first entry, report came from school accommodation that someone was noted to be in his flat. As a record of him breaching his Section 17 leave to return to an apartment where he had heard screams that nobody else heard and had assaulted his flatmate. That's not an accurate description, is it?
So, no, the record there is not accurate as far as the information that I was made aware of at the time. I think there was a reported sighting, but I don't think it was in his flat.
Okay. Then it refers to screaming, question mark, hallucination. There's no reference to drawing a connection with the patterns of behaviour on previous relapse, is there?
I mean,
Dr. Thangyvelo, is it recorded that you discussed that the information Christopher gave you echoed the previous relapses?
I can't say if it was recorded or not.
The entry is in front of you.
I mean, this meeting was just more of a feedback meeting. So Dr. Gibson was just feeding back what he was told by Christopher. So this is just a summary of what were we informed of from the last few days, actually. So that just captures a summary of new information, if you like.
Okay. He's behind...
Patrick, you're running over time. So you want to move on to your last point?
Indeed.
I've got the point you're making.
Can I take you to another entry? We can move to concordance and what's said about addresses. Can we look at NHFT 4016800199 briefly, please? And it's at the bottom of the page. We start at 14th of December. And if we can scroll over, you've been taken through some of these entries of the community team trying to reach VC. And we've seen what you've said about a misunderstanding about addresses. Now, we see, at the if we can go to the bottom of page 201, please, an entry for the 17th of December. If we go over onto the next page, please. Can you see that there? This is one of the rare occasions he comes to collect his medication, and he is described as being very curt, staring, having an hostile edge. Can you see that, Dr. Thangyvelo?
Yes, I can, yes.
Now, you've talked about there being some misunderstanding about addresses. Just to absolutely pin this down, he says anything to hand over, he's asked anything to hand over to his care coordinator. He asks, who came to his house the other day? Was it you? So he knew that they were trying to reach him at home, didn't he?
He did, but again, my understanding was that Ms. Birtles contacted his mother, and mother contacted VC. And
This is, just to help you with the timing, this is after she's contacted his mother. He then goes on to say, he's told, no, it was Dr. Lloyd and Claudia. He asks what address they went to, and I stated it was the Beeston address. So she's giving him every opportunity there to say, that's the wrong address. I now live at Raleigh Park. Isn't she?
She is, yes, definitely.
Would you have read this note?
I think I did read this note, yes.
You just weren't giving enough weight to what the community team were recording, were you?
I did. I mean, I don't deny this at all, actually. I mean, clearly, he had an opportunity to correct them then and there, that you had gone to a wrong address. Clearly, he walked away.
There was clear.
But again,
was it not clear on the records that not only was he non-concordant, he was deliberately disengaging and trying to avoid the community team so far as he could?
I mean, he had just turned up to collect a month's supply of medication, so it wasn't a total disengagement. But he was clearly quite upset and was showing his resentment towards community team for implicating them for the admission. I mean, I fully sympathize with the community team. I mean, they were doing their best, but...
Can I stop you there? On that MDT we took you to on the 8th of February, by that time, you know that the community team think he's non-concordant. You know he's breached his Section 17 leave. You reinstate his leave, and this morning you've discussed on discharge that you were going to give him a last chance. Did you not think at any time that he'd failed on 3 previous chances at concordance? He was never going to be well without compulsion, was he, Dr. Thangavelu?
I wouldn't write somebody off just like that. I would want to weigh up things, and I was looking for reasons to go for a forced depot. I wouldn't have hesitated if it was very blatantly, obviously clear in my head, but I was struggling on that occasion because I was trying to weigh up.
Can I suggest, in weighing up, you gave too much of the benefit of the doubt to VC and didn't pay attention to what was right in front of you?
I wouldn't say that was a completely correct judgment, because I mean I can go through what I was weighing up in my head. There was confusion about the address, which might have at least partly contributed to the disengagement. He was just out of hospital and went straight back to uni, having to do the exams, do the warehouse job, and meet up with them on a regular basis. He was still expressing his resentment towards EIP team. There were a number of factors which I did take into consideration, and I also did take into consideration the fact that he was asymptomatic, largely asymptomatic. Certainly he was having some symptoms, not completely.
I think Dr. Thangavelu, you've given those answers to Mr. Carr previously, and I've written them down, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thangavelu. No more
Thank you.
questions.
Yes, Ms. Cartwright.
Good Good morning, Dr. Thangavello. I ask questions on behalf of the survivors. Can you see and hear me?
I can.
It's right, isn't it, Dr. Thangavello, that you made not one single entry in the Rio notes for the time when VC was in his 4th admission? None of those entries are made by you?
No.
None of those entries have been endorsed to say that you've reviewed them. Would you agree?
I did review the entries, but you don't have to endorse them necessarily.
But again, if you access the Rios to review them, would you agree that best practice is that you make an entry that produces the audit trail that actually shows that you've reviewed and read them and you agree with the contents of those notes?
I mean, ideally, yes, but I think I simply would not have had time to do that. I think in my witness statement, I have broken down my time availability for the ward, which was 14 hours per week for 8 patients. And at that time, I had a whole day of review back to back. I was working in the community, which was 9 miles away, and I had 150 patients for 3 days.
So that's your explanation why you've made no note. But equally, you made no discharge letter for this 4th admission as a responsible clinician, did you?
No, there isn't an expectation that the responsible clinician do a discharge letter.
Well, you didn't do the discharge summary either.
No.
And certainly in the GP records, there's no evidence, whilst they're aware of the 4th admission, there's no discharge summary or discharge letter that's been received by the GP. And so would you agree again, bearing in mind you've made the decision as the responsible clinician not to convert the Section 2 to a Section 3, not to give depot injections, and not to consider a community treatment order, that you should have addressed your mind to those matters and recorded them, bearing in mind you've essentially put in place a plan that depot will be considered if VC relapses. So
this was discussed in every ward review. It would be inappropriate to make a comment about what would come in terms of saying it would be progressing on to Section 3 and CTO, because you can't determine that. It has to be taken on a case-by-case basis, and it's very time-specific, actually.
No, I appreciate that, and that's what I'm suggesting, Dr. Thangavello, that you should have documented the fact-specific factors on Section 2, Section 3, CTO and depot that you'd considered in this case for VC, bearing in mind this was his 4th revolving door admission as a patient with paranoid schizophrenia.
I would have certainly done that, and certainly I mean since then I've been dedicating more time to document things myself. I mean that has been one of my learning as well. I think it's always good practice.
So I next want to just generally deal with, and it's clear from your evidence that you now have reviewed the records in Rio, and so what I want to address at a high level is between the 3rd admission and his time in the community and his 4th admission, so it's the Rio pages at 193 to 217, if they're read from start to finish, would you agree that they actually support a serious issue as to non-concordance with medication by VC since his discharge from the Priory?
And I think I touched upon this earlier. So there was an issue of missing appointments, clearly, which I thought at least partly was related to the address confusion. With regards to collecting the medications, he did turn up to collect 2 months worth of medication at a month's interval, and that was the time period he was out before the crisis team took over. Clearly, there was evidence that he was very curt or very superficial in his engagement. I did pick that up, and in fact, the whole reasoning to not go down the more coercive route was for me to build that relationship. I mean, I worked with the outreach model a lot, and I still do. Engagement is the key, and for engagement to happen, you need to build trust, and you use every opportunity to build trust. And I used this opportunity.
Well, and would you agree that in the fourth admission, if we look at the notes, VC wasn't engaging. He was engaging in no therapeutic activity on the ward. He was isolated in his bedroom, and he was not engaging.
He wasn't engaging in the ward activities, but he never hesitated to meet his needs in the way he wanted it to. I mean, the first thing he asked for was a leave to attend the gym. He wanted an hour and a half. And he did get enrolled in one of the gyms down the road, and he was attending it, actually.
But Doctor, appropriate medical treatment, what I'm going to suggest is VC, this should have been a Section 3 on his fourth admission, because VC needed appropriate medical treatment as a patient who had a diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. And would you agree that under the Mental Health Act, appropriate medical treatment is not just the medication, it's the psychological interventions, the specialist mental health habilitation, the rehabilitation and care that needed to be part of the package of care that VC had to engage with to ensure before a safe discharge?
I would be the first one to stand up for biopsychosocial treatment. And I spent a year doing rehab, but just keeping him on a Section 3 in an inpatient unit much longer is not going to make him necessarily engage. In fact, it would institutionalize him much longer.
Well, no one's suggesting institutionalisation, but he's not had any psychosocial therapy that he's engaged with to help inform his insight. And bearing in mind this was now his fourth admission, that's just what VC needed before there was any possibility of a safe discharge. And that's something that you should have ensured VC engaged with and considered.
I mean, when we say psychosocial therapy or involvement, it largely depends on what matters most to the patient. And for him, clearly, he wanted to get back to his studies and get on with his life. And what we need to do is support him to achieve those aims. And that's not going to be achieved by locking him up forever or much longer.
But would you, just on a principle of discharge, that there wasn't a safe discharge because no one actually checked that VC was living at 209 Ilkeston Road, and he'd been guarded. It's documented in the Rio notes. He essentially had to draw that address out of him, and so that was highly suggestive of some suspicion around this address. But in any event, even if that hadn't occurred, for there to be a safe discharge, someone needed to go and check this accommodation before VC was discharged.
Checking the accommodation is a very fair point. I would have certainly liked it too, but unfortunately the way it all panned out was he was waiting for this accommodation. It only came through in the last few days, actually, and I would have normally expected the community team to link up with him. I think I was requesting Ms. Wirtles to make contact with him, and she did text him, but I don't think she managed to meet him up. But I would have expected, if he had gone on leave, say, for example, to meet him up there. Okay. That's what we normally do.
Okay, and then just on that point, before the final point, please, would you agree that VC needed appropriate medical treatment, and therefore, you said before, you essentially said you were leaning more to a no, whether it should have been a Section 3, but would you agree that VC needed appropriate medical treatment, and so Section 3 was the appropriate section that Section 2 should have been converted to?
No, I mean, as I was saying just a bit earlier, appropriate medical treatment is not just medications, as you said, actually. So it clearly needs a lot of psychosocial support. And psychosocial support, the main aspect of psychosocial support is get them rehabilitated in the community. That's the core principle of it.
Right, but we've had expert evidence as well from Mr. Calocane, who has suggested that a general rule, if you know about a patient, the patient's circumstances, it's not appropriate to use Section 2. Essentially, that's then mandating you should be moving to Section 3, and particularly for a paranoid schizophrenic patient.
I wouldn't completely agree with that. I mean, the diagnosis in itself has got no relevance to whether somebody should be on Section 2 or Section 3. I think on this occasion, the SSLs felt that there was a need for reassessment or reformulation, which is very much accepted as reasoning for Section 2 for somebody who has previously been diagnosed with schizophrenia and been on Section 3.
And finally then, please, within the medical records for the 31st of January 2022, you referenced that they needed to collate the collateral information to justify depot. Would you agree that there's much information that was not collated as part of that? You didn't collate the priory records that should have been obtained, and without that, you are missing a huge chunk of VC's medical records.
Prior records would have been helpful, but we have the discharge summary. But
it's more than helpful. It's part of VC's medical records that you didn't have access to, and it was his last admission. And so
his discharge summary was there.
But bearing in mind as well, there's a contract between the trust and the priory that you should have obtained those, and you should have obtained the signet records.
If there were systems in place for that transfer of records to happen easily, of course we would have made use of it to the full extent. There were no systems in place.
That you should have contacted the police to get the collateral information from them, bearing in mind of the offences that VC been involved with.
I agree. We could have certainly. I think we should have put in more effort to contact the police. I mean, I did request for the PNC check from the very first MDT meeting, but I don't think that was followed through. We didn't have an easy access liaison person at the time, and they have been put in place since then, and we have been making use of that, and that has been a real help.
You should have got more information from the university, who themselves were advocating and seeking a community treatment order for VC.
Ellie Turner was very much involved. I think she was instrumental in arranging for the admission, I think.
And then could you assist and also the GP, because one of the entries where you discussed at the meeting with VC, and just for the reference, because I'm not going to have time to go to it, VC gave an account that he was receiving his depot medication, his aripiprazole, from the Cripps Medical Centre when you were discussing the depot with him. And did you look to see and check if the GPs were providing him with the aripiprazole? Bearing in mind VC had given that explanation when you discussed depot, and it's page 239 of the RIOs for the reference.
I remember that entry, and that was entirely my fault. The way it happened was the ward reviews happened in a very conversational style, not an interrogative style, actually. So I was kind of going through questions with him, saying, well, have you been taking medications? Have you been collecting medications? And he was saying yes. And out of ignorance, I slipped the word, so have you been collecting it from Cripps Medical Centre? And he just said yes. And then when I was looking through the notes, it was very evident that he was collecting it from Stonebridge. And it stuck in my head, that's why I remember, because I thought, oh, why on earth did he say he was collecting it from Cripps? I mean, I didn't challenge him, but I thought it was just an oversight, or he didn't hear me properly, or he must have misunderstood me or something.
And can I ask you then, in terms of the harm that VC had caused to members...
Ms. Cartwright, I thought you'd come to your last point.
Well, can I then just ask this very briefly? Were you aware that of one of the members of the public, the Fevan, that she had fractured her spine and received spinal surgery? Were you aware of that, as well as all the other members of the public that had sustained harm, both physical and psychological, as a result of VCs?
I was aware of the tragic incident. I mean, that was very much evident from the PRIO alerts that you would see straight away.
It's not just the incident, it's the severity of the injuries that she sustained. Were you aware of the fractured spine that had required spinal surgery and pins?
I didn't know the full details, no.
No, so you didn't know about that injury. And would you agree from a risk...
I knew about the injury.
Sorry,
it said a back injury. Sorry.
What did you understand to be the back injury she sustained?
What it said on Rio was she sustained a back injury requiring surgery. I didn't know any more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Straw.
Dr. Thangavalu. I represent VC's family. You accepted earlier in response to questions from Mr. Carr that VC was very guarded and masked, and that there were several instances when he was not telling the truth in order to be discharged. Now, you would agree, wouldn't you, that it was particularly important for someone like that not just to rely on his word?
Yes, I agree. Yes.
You had to look beyond that and take a longitudinal view.
True.
And by a longitudinal view, I mean look for patterns. So look at previous relapses, identify relapse indicators.
Yes.
And you failed to do that, didn't you? You took him at his word and failed to identify relapse indicators.
I wouldn't agree with that, actually. We looked at the previous patterns, and this admission was quite different to the previous patterns. It pretty much happened because of the incident with the flatmates, but the way the incident happened with the flatmates was quite different to the previous incidents, including the very first incident and the second incident.
Okay, Doctor, so I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't have very much time, so could I please ask you just about a few specific aspects of that? You've already been asked about the screaming and so on. I'm not going to repeat that, but the assault, the evidence from Chris in particular, we've seen in the Rio notes that Chris explained that there was firstly an assault, but then after that, VC was acting strangely and refused to let them leave the flat. Now, that was a sign of concern, wasn't it?
It certainly was a sign of concern, certainly at face value, but it appeared that the reason, I mean, again, if that was the real reason or not, we wouldn't know, but the reason VC gave was he didn't know that that was illegal. Because the flatmates called the police, he wanted them to be present till the police arrived. My understanding of that was perhaps he wanted to be seen as someone not having committed anything wrong when the police turn up, and if those guys were not there, he might have been scared that the police might mistake him or something, actually. Or
okay.
Yeah.
Just quickly moving on, if I may. The next relapse indicator I'd like to ask you about paranoid or persecutory delusions. Now, we've seen Dr. Manzar's assessment on the 28th of January 2022 describes VC as very suspicious and paranoid. In the Rio notes at page 220, that's the 31st of January, VC is described as paranoid and wide-eyed. And then there are several entries describing him saying he feels persecuted by mental health services. Now, paranoia, suspicion, persecution, if we look at the pattern of previous relapses, those were relapse indicators, weren't they?
I mean, the first thing I would say is paranoia is a thought disorder. You can't look at somebody and say they are paranoid because you don't know what they're thinking. They may appear frightened. I think that's what we saw largely in VC. He was guarded because he wasn't expecting to come into hospital. He came in. He didn't like the place, so he did appear wide-eyed and guarded. In terms of the persecution from services, certainly the way I understood was he was, I think increasingly he was getting worried that if I say something, they're going to put me back in hospital. And that's the last thing you want of somebody who has been harboring some really complex persecutory ideas. You want them to trust you without the fear of being locked up. Okay.
The next factor I suggest as a relapse indicator is deception. So he provided a false address. He claimed to be taking medication when he wasn't. and he lied about the university. Now, when one looks back at previous relapses, he also provided false information. You went through that with Mr. Carr earlier. Would you agree that this factor, so being deceptive, was a further relapse indicator?
I mean, again, I wouldn't jump into a conclusion that it's a relapse indicator. When we talk about deception or lying, common sense would say that somebody was lying or deceiving because they are afraid of something. That's what happens with everybody. You would lie because you're afraid of the consequences.
Okay.
Whether that is a sign of relapse, I couldn't be completely sure.
And the fourth one I'd like to deal with is trespass. We know he trespassed on his former university accommodation. If one looks back at May 2020, there's 2 incidents of trespass in the course of relapse into acute psychosis. He's then taken to a ward. He is screaming in a cupboard during the course of what was recognised to be a relapse. And then July 2020, again, trespass in the course of a relapse. This was another relapse indicator, wasn't it?
It certainly would raise the alarm bells as to whether, whether there was a motive or purpose behind it. It could be, I mean, it needs to be explored. I mean, certainly I wouldn't dismiss that. I would certainly explore.
Thank you. The next topic I'd like to ask you about, just very briefly, is your decision not to put VC on a CTO and depot with Section 3. Now, you explained earlier, you gave your reasons for why you decided not to do that, and they included, firstly, you said to Mr. Carr, there was nothing concrete to show that VC was non-compliant until August 2021, but you later accepted that, in fact, the Rio note showed that he was non-compliant prior to the second admission. And then you a little later said that between the third to the fourth admission, it was only speculation that he might have become non-compliant. But then you later accepted to Mr. Carr that, in fact, he had been non-compliant. You said, I'm not suggesting remotely he was compliant. What I'd like to ask you, Doctor, is, are you giving a misleading picture here to try to excuse the wrong decision?
No, I don't know what other concrete evidence people had at that time, actually. That would be my point. When you counter that point around, I didn't have concrete evidence, but neither did anyone else to say. We were all speculating that the reason for relapse was non-concordance. It may well be, and I know for a fact that non-compliance is one of the most common reasons for non-compliance, and so does somebody who's extremely psychologically stressed, not sleeping at night, working in a warehouse, having university deadlines to meet, had just come out of hospital. There could be many reasons, and we can't just go down in a blinkered way, one alleyway, actually, so that we should keep our open mind. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, and the last issue I'd like to ask you about is, earlier you said you thought VC would engage in the short to medium term. Do you remember that?
That's correct, yes.
Were you not concerned what would happen beyond the short to medium term?
I think that would be very difficult to foresee as a prognosis for any patient with schizophrenia, because there are so many dynamic factors, situational factors, social factors, psychological factors, environmental factors. I don't think anyone can see beyond the short to medium term. That's the very nature of illness.
What happened 3 times before this was that after the short to medium term, VC disengaged, stopped taking medication, relapsed, and was involved in violent and aggressive incidents. Now, given that history, it was highly likely that that was what would happen again this time, wasn't it?
I certainly didn't want that to happen to VC. Quite the opposite of that. I really wanted him to get well, remain stable, and get on with his life. And that's what we want for everybody we look after. And that's why I was very much advocating for the depot, but equally balancing that out with his preference under the clear agreement that if things, if things go off the rails, we are not going to accept anything other than more coercive treatment. And that's the line I took.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Beggs. I'll take that as a no thank you for next time, Mr. Beggs. Yes, Mr. Beggs.
Doctor, I'm confining my questions to issues relating to the police. Do you recall that you were asked by Miss Patrick about your view that the incident with the flatmate about 2 weeks earlier than the relevant comment was not driven by psychosis?
That was my opinion from the information that we had at the time.
Yeah. And you commented at your paragraph 319, which is at page 96 of the doctor's statement, if that can be shown to him. You commented that the police had already decided not to pursue this incident. Who told you that?
I'm trying to think. Certainly, VC did. I can't remember if anyone else did, actually. I can't be 100% sure.
Yes, and did you contact the police yourself or have your staff contact the police to ask about the details of that incident?
No, I think that was certainly something that should have happened. I did a request for the PNC check, not necessarily contact the police, but I think we were told right at the outset, I think it was in the very first ward review on the 3rd, that when EIP team tried to contact the police, they were either not sharing the information or forthcoming. I think at one point it got escalated to a sergeant. It felt like it got nowhere. But that's
can I interrupt? Not to be rude, but because I've only got 5 minutes. But you didn't, in fact, try to contact the police about the incident with the flatmate, did you?
No. I mean that's what I said. I didn't.
No, and I think you now accept. I think you said to Miss Cartwright that perhaps better liaison with the police is a significant learning point going forward, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And in the same vein, you did ask, didn't you, for someone to get hold of the PNC information on VC? You asked.
That's right. That was.
But in fact, you accept in your statement at 2 different paragraphs that it appears that wasn't done. You accept that?
That's correct.
And you also say in your statement at paragraph 227, if you want to have a look at it, it's at page 70. You see almost in the middle of the page, I did not have any direct correspondence from police related to any of the incidents from the past. So pausing there, that it's self-evident, therefore, you didn't have a full forensic history, did you?
No, I didn't.
And
sorry.
And I don't think you ever tried to contact the police yourself, did you?
Not personally, directly, because some of the information were already in his records. Say, for example, the assault towards police. I know that was being investigated because Dr. Lomas was going to do a statement, and he came to the ward, etc. I was aware of that. I knew that the incidents leading to the first episode and first contact, and even I think that was going. I mean, I think in one of our ward reviews, it said criminal damage, but I know it was going towards caution. That much I knew, but I didn't make any direct correspondence with the police. No.
And at the time in 2022, do you think there was a cultural bias or disinclination or reluctance on the part of psychiatry to make contact with the police and obtain more detail?
I didn't sense that. We used to have good relationship with the police. I remember, I think it fell by the wayside at some point. I don't know why. But I wouldn't say there was a cultural reluctance. We always wanted to work together.
But you accept, don't you, because you say as much in paragraph 478 of your statement at 143, page 143, that accessing essential information from public sector agencies such as police in a more readily available manner would be useful. And that's stating the obvious, isn't it?
Indeed.
And so perhaps one of the recommendations going forward that you would endorse would be to make the process of accessing data from the police easier for psychiatrists.
Yes, it works. It should work much better, yes.
And my final question is, I think, however, you did reflect some positivity since this tragedy, because you said that there has been an improvement in interagency working with the appointment of, you describe them as police liaison officers. Do you recall saying that?
I do. I mean, I don't work at Nottingham right now, but...
that was going to be my question. Were you talking about Nottingham or were you talking about more generally?
I was talking more about Nottingham, sorry.
Yes. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Petrie, sorry. No, thank you.
Dr. Thangavello, I ask questions on behalf of the University of Nottingham. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. 3 short topics, if I may. The first is what the university knew about this admission. The second is what the university knew about the Section 17 leave. And thirdly, what the university knew or didn't know about the discharge of VC at the end of his time with you. Turning to the first topic, please. It sounds from the evidence that you've given this morning that you were aware of the incident that had taken place on the 15th of January with VC's flatmates. Were you also aware that that the flatmates had been removed from the flat temporarily, but that Ms Turner's position is that she very much wanted them to go back to their home because they had exams at the time? Were you aware of that?
I don't recall that specific information.
All right. Well, he was detained on the 28th of January, so shortly after the assaults had taken place. The university's position is that it wasn't informed of that admission. Now, given that they had been removed from their flat, why were no steps taken by you or your team to inform the university contemporaneously that he had been detained?
I think it may be related to 2 factors, actually. So one was, I don't think VC was ever willing for us to make contacts with the university. I think he clearly made it. I certainly remember personally asking him, I'd be happy to do a EC for him. I don't think he wanted us to make contact. And secondly, personally, just I can only speak for myself, I wasn't fully aware of the, again, the systems and processes in place for, say, NHS contacting the university. And I think I might have wrongly assumed that it all goes through the mental health support service for the university, actually, because Ms. Turner was involved. I might have, I think I did assume that that's our conduit into university, but that might be my mistake.
Would you accept that they should have been informed of the admission? I
mean, again, it depends on where whether VC would have capacity to say yes or no to that matter.
All right. I'm going to turn to the second topic, which is the Section 17 leave. Now, there's been a bit of evidence about this already. I'm not going to ask you to repeat anything. 6 days after he was detained, he was given Section 17 leave, unescorted leave. And at paragraph 306 of your statement on page 91, which we can turn up or not, you indicate that he was allowed unescorted leave twice a day because he said he wanted to go to the gym. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can we look briefly at the Rio notes on this, please? NHFT 000168. And can we start at page 226, please? I'm going to take you through chronologically here what was said. Now, if we see 226 is the first review that you undertake with him, and he said, oh, thank you. I'm not going to read any of this out other than the fact, the paragraph which starts, he explained that he would like to go to the gym. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs down. You see that? He explained he would like to go to the gym and would like to go to the gym and the shop. His routine at the gym is 1.5 hours, and then you explained to him that because he's on section, if he doesn't come back, etc., police would have to be involved. It was agreed right at the end of that paragraph that it would start at 30 minutes leave initially. Do you see that? So that appears to be that he unescorted leave was granted, as I say, less than a week before he was admitted. We can agree that, can't we?
Yes, so if I may just expand on that. So as per the Mental Health Act, leave within hospital grounds, well, technically it's not a Section 17 leave at all, because patients can, in theory, go to the hospital grounds, or, I mean, it's up to the local detaining authority to define where the boundaries are. So technically they could ask, I want to go to the cafe on site, and they can come back in 30 minutes, but it has to be done after an assessment of any imminent risks, etc. But what we have always done in our wards, in my ward at least, was to have a clear record of the leave. We said we would have to agree that at the ward review for them to leave. And that's what this is.
Sorry. Can I be clear, though? Where does it say that he has to stay on hospital grounds? Can we look, if we scroll further down to the end of this entry, we can see the plan that was agreed. Chase University regarding accommodation, Section 17 leave for 30 minutes twice a day unescorted. That would rather suggest that it's not limited to hospital grounds.
No, I mean, I was just explaining how the leave system generally works. So regardless of what it is, people can have leave within hospital grounds. And if they do that, you can't police that because the hospital grounds are not gated with a high fence. People can choose to leave. But this specific leave was for him to get enrolled at the Henry Mellish Centre, which is a centre which is close to us, and a lot of our patients go and make use of that facility. There is also an on-site gym, which is in the next block. So I thought 30 minutes is reasonable time to get those things sorted. And he was informed that if he didn't return back, we'll have to call the police.
So given that you had given him 30 minutes unescorted leave twice a day, and you had not imposed any conditions on that, why did you not warn the university that VC was being granted leave, given that he'd assaulted a fellow student a matter of weeks before?
I mean,
wasn't it a risk that he would return to the accommodation?
No, so we see the incident happened on the 15th. Clearly, it's a sad event, but he was in the community for a long period of time. He was only admitted on the 28th. There are no bail conditions. There are no restriction orders. He was a free man in the community. And then when he gets admitted, I don't think on what grounds I can suddenly say you can't leave when he had been in the community for that long.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. And my question is, why did you, your evidence is he was a free man. He could do what he wanted with his leave. Why did you not warn the university, given the obvious risks to the students that he had previously been with it, well, at least to the student that he had assaulted previously? Why didn't you inform the university?
Because he wasn't meant to go to the university. He was meant to go to the gym, get enrolled, and come back. That was the purpose of the leave.
Well, he, as we know, he did go to the university. That's the first thing he does. We know that. And if we look on to page 227 and 228, we can see how this unfolds. If you just scroll up. Can we just pause there for a moment and look at the entry on the 3rd of February at 3:44 p.m, the second box there. You referred to the fact that you thought he might be using this time to enrol at the gym. But of course that's not right, is it? Because we can see here that the plan is that he's going to have an induction session with the Henry Mellish, which I think is the gym, on the 4th of February, and then go to gym sessions on the 7th, 14th and 21st. So on the 3rd, when he visited the university, there wasn't even a plan for him to go to the gym, was there?
No, I think I wouldn't have known this at the point of...
Well, that's fair enough. And if we then look at the entry at the bottom of that page at 6:50, we have the telephone call from the university saying that he's been seen by one of the students he shared accommodation with. So he'd gone back to the accommodation. Now, can we see what happens at that after that? 228, please, at 10:39 a.m. Yeah, there was a restriction of his leave. And then if we keep going on to 233, 222, 232 and 233, we can see what happens after that. His leave was restricted until the 7th of February, but then if we look at, for scrolling further down, yeah, keep going. The MDT led by you, this is the top box on the 7th. Do you see that? It's reinstated 30 minutes unescorted leave and escorted leaving to the gym. Now, again, why was given that he had now breached, I wouldn't say breached the conditions because you didn't impose a condition, but given that he had now returned to the university and seen the flatmate that he had assaulted, why was the university not warned at this stage that he was being given unrestricted leave again? There was a clear risk this time because it had happened.
If you look at the Section 17 form that is attached to this, the notes are not accurate. If you look at the Section 17 form that's attached to this, done on the 7th, it would clearly say 30 minutes unescorted leave to local grounds and shops and escorted leave to gym. But also by then we had gathered information from Ellie Turner that he's not banned from, not banned, but if he needs to go back to the university to hand in the keys, he can do that and get his belongings, but he needs to be accompanied by a security guard. That was the only thing that was told to us. And I apologize if there was an expectation that this was a requirement, but we were not aware that was expected from the university, because Ellie Turner was very much aware of this. She was
with the chair's
in
permission,
contact.
I'm going to ask my very last question, which is about discharge. He was discharged on the 24th of February. The university was not informed by you or anyone on your team of that discharge, and he was being released back into the community. Why was the university not informed of that discharge?
I don't think BC gave us consent to contact. That was my understanding at the time. Isn't
VC's consent overridden in circumstances where there's a risk?
It could be, but I don't think we would have restricted him to the ward for those reasons, because I can't detain somebody under the Mental Health Act.
No, I wasn't asking you whether you should detain him.
Okay.
I'm asking you why you didn't let the university know, given that there was a clear and ongoing risk to
Yes,
the neighbours
yeah.
and flatmates why you didn't just tell them that he was being discharged. You know how Miss Turner found out that he'd been discharged?
I came to know later. I think VC called.
She called
her.
VC.
Okay.
And he told her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, yes. In hindsight, we should have got that better. Okay.
I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. It's just a couple of questions I wanted to ask. The first, when you were dealing with his medication, you said there was no real difference between 10 milligrams and either 20 or 30 milligrams, and that if he had wanted to go on to 10 milligrams, that's what you would have done. Is that right?
I would have certainly taken that route, Your Honour. I think we've done that many a times, working in assertive outreach teams. But there is a general anxiety around what we call as deprescribing. Once you go up, you hesitate to come down.
Yes, but what indication had you got that 10 milligrams would have been effective?
I think it's more of balance between the effectiveness and the side effects. So the literature behind all of this, the scientific evidence behind all of this, is 10 milligrams of aripiprazole has got the best balance between the effect and the side effect. So on that basis, you can try that with close monitoring. There is no guarantee that that would be better, because for some people, 20 might be better. But what I was trying to emphasize was one size doesn't fit all. We have to work with what the patient is experiencing, because only they can
That's
experience.
the question I was going to ask you. Who's calling the shots on the medication here? You as the psychiatrist prescribing, or the patient?
It's the psychiatrist working with the patient. So obviously when we prescribe, you are meant to check how effective it is and whether they're experiencing any side effects.
You had information, didn't you, both from the two previous treating psychiatrists, Dr. Lomas and also Dr. Manza, who'd had previous engagement with him, that they agreed to the admission because they were very concerned about the risks he posed and the fact that he was not, he was masking his symptoms. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
And you then had, and we can just quickly look at that, which is NHFT 0018527. It's an email from Dr. Lloyd to you and Claudia Birtles, saying that they would like, that's the community team, him to be on a depot. And these are, including Claudia Birtles, all people, Dr. Lomas, Dr. Manzar, and Claudia Birtles, who've had previous dealings with him, and they are asking you to put him on a depot with a really robust plan at the point of discharge. That didn't happen, did it?
No, I really wanted that to happen, and
well, again, I'm going to ask you, why didn't it? Because you're the responsible clinician in charge of his care. So you've given us some reasons, but I think that it's right. We heard from Dr. Gibson yesterday that it was the key thing was that you didn't want to enforce it, take the coercive measure of putting him face down with a number of people to hold him down and give him the injection. Was that the determining factor or not?
Not entirely. That was one of the factors, Your Honour, but there were a number of other factors which I took into consideration, which
You've already set those out, but have you ever discharged somebody, or have you ever imposed a depot in those circumstances where you've had to have somebody held down or not?
Many a times. I have personally given rapid tranquilization myself as a junior doctor. When the necessity was there, I've never hesitated to. And
so why not on this occasion? That's what I'm asking.
It's just that there were on balance, there were a number of factors which made me to give him another chance. I mean, I wouldn't have discharged him without a clear medication plan or to a team with no resources to manage. I felt that he could be closely monitored, and we agreed with that. I insisted that on him, that it'll have to be regular monitoring and so on. He agreed to it. And if things were to deteriorate, if they were to kind of come back to my ward, I would have straight away gone with that. It was just, I had ethical dilemmas that I struggled to overcome on that occasion, having taken into consideration every factor. I mean, obviously, the terrible tragedy happened, and we are looking at it through a different lens. And I still don't know. I mean, I've discharged so many patients, like we see, worse risk history, without any significant concerns. Some of them had come back straight away. Some of them had stayed much longer in the community. But on that occasion, I took into consideration all the factors I had in front of me.
But the community clinicians who were going to have to manage him and deal with him were specifically saying to you that he needed a depot, weren't they?
I took that really seriously, and I spoke to him in quite a bit of length. We all did. And I think on reflection, at least, there were a couple of factors. If he had been, say, for example, if he had been unwell during the course of admission, or there were any other concerns which were clearly pointing towards depots as the only option, I would have. And again, the depot would be somewhat meaningless unless the CTO is imposed. And that in itself has got a number of caveats, actually. I mean, it's been now more or less clearly established by 5 randomized trials that CTOs don't prevent the desired outcomes. We live in psychiatry, particularly. We are at a crunch point where you're expected to manage the person's best interest, the family's best interest, the community team's best interest, all working within the legal framework. But you're still there as a scholar who has to take into consideration the best available evidence and put that within the framework. And there are significant challenges. And on top of that, obviously, there are ethical issues. I mean, it is a very unique place to be in as a psychiatrist, having to balance this.
Thank you. Right, well, start again at 2 o'clock.
Chair, we were proposing before the lunch break, but we can...
Should we do that?
Yes.
Actually, if we start again at 1:45, and then you can read out the documents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hayder.
Thank you, Chair. Before we call the next witness, I will read into the record the URN references identifying a number of witness statements that the inquiry has received and summarise a number of them. The statements are relevant to the care that VC received during his 3rd and 4th admissions, his period under the community mental health teams, VC's current and historic clinical record, and includes one statement by a clinical psychologist received by the inquiry on the issue of online communities and mind control. The first statement is the statement of Liliane Leia, that's WITN 0096001. The next is Sophia Mutanono, WITN 0253001. And then Olivia Musanoza, WITN 0159001. These are inpatient mental health nurses at Highbury Hospital, and they provide relevant evidence in respect of VC's time on seclusion. The next is the statement of Dr. Peter Finch, that's WITN 0345001. That's related to VC's time at Signet, and specifically the decision to transfer VC from a Section 2 to a Section 3. The next is Dr. Eleanor Green, WITN 0232001. Dr. Green is a clinical psychologist who reviewed VC at Signet. The next is Dr. Helena Aziri, WITN 0229001, also a psychiatrist who was involved in VC's care at the Priory. The next statement is Fiona Parker, WITN 01130001. Fiona Parker is an AMP who is involved in the decision to detain VC on his 4th admission. And then there are the statements of Natalie McPherson, WITN 0384001, Agnes Matakiti, WITN 0395001, Patrick Krola, WITN 0149001, and Sue Middleton, WITN 0283001. These are mental health nurses involved in the crisis team. The next is Dr. Ayodeji Akarele, WITN 02024001. She's a doctor who carried out VC's core assessment during his 4th admission. And the statement of Keith Kadzinga, WITN 03630001. And the statement of Dr. Sasita Sasidaran, WITN 0325001. Then there's a statement of Dr. Benedict Imambro, WITN 02470001. Dr. Imambro was also involved in VC's community care. The next will be 2 statements by community nurses. The first is Adele Pinder, WITN 0396001, and Francis Bayer, WITN 0385001. There's a statement also that the inquiry received from Dr. Charlotte John, that's WITN 0449001. Dr. Charlotte John is a GP and partner at St. Thomas's Surgery who confirms that during the time VC was a patient in Wales, VC did not present to the GP with any mental health issues. The next statement is the second statement provided to the inquiry by VC's current forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Mervis, at Ashworth Hospital High Secure Unit. This is WITN 007303. This statement is dated the 27th of April 2026, and in it, Dr. Mervis confirms that while at Ashworth Hospital, VC has only been diagnosed with schizophrenia. He has not been assessed for personality disorders, and the team in charge of his care have not observed features suggestive of one. The final statement is the statement of Professor Von Bell, that's WITN 0272001. Professor Bell is a professor of clinical psychology and cognitive neuropsychiatry who works within the NHS. He sets out an account of the online community of people who share mind control experiences and the relationship that this has to psychosis. Those are the statements, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I understand that Ms. Langdale is going to call the next witness. Thank you. We'll just wait a moment. Thank you. do sit down.
Has the witness been sworn? Sorry.
No.
May the next witness, Valdo Calocane, be sworn, please. Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Yes, it's owned.
You have prepared 2 statements for the inquiry, dated the 12th of November 2025 and the 5th of May 2026. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And can you confirm that the contents are true and accurate as far as you're concerned?
I can confirm, yes.
We're going to go first, please, to a document that was furnished to Dr. Sedat, and that was put together by yourself, if we can. What was the purpose of this document? While we get it on the screen, please. NGPF 0002527.
The purpose was to hopefully help Dr. Sedat and the inpatient team come up with some sort of diagnosis for Valdo. Yeah, I guess around May time when his first sort of episode of psychosis started, we were concerned. We didn't really know what was going on at all. And yeah, went into hospital, explained to us a sort of a psychotic breakdown. So yeah, put this together largely in part to sort of try and help Dr. Sedat come up with a diagnosis so that we can know what was happening.
And you gave it to your mother, I think, who passed it on to him.
Yes, yeah.
So can we go through this then, please, chronologically? That's if we go to page 21st, and let's look at what's included here. So we can go to the bottom, please. You include something from 2017, and you tell us you weren't sure if it was related to his current situation, but it seemed worth noting. What was that?
Yeah, I had a vague recollection of this at the time of me speaking to Valdo about, over text message about him being hacked and, having concerns about his account being accessed and stuff like that. I'm mentioning things about DNS issues. I thought it might be relevant because he was talking about being monitored. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure it was relevant. I'm not sure it is relevant looking back, but I just thought I would include it just in case it was.
So you were erring on the side of over-inclusion if it was something you thought was strange or odd or worth reporting?
Yeah, ideally, yes, yeah.
29th of January 2020, messages out of the blue to say he loves me. Why was that one out of the blue? And secondly, was it unusual to have that message?
Well, on its own, yes, like just sort of, I love you. And I think we were all quite concerned that it might, it might have felt almost like some sort of goodbye message. I guess that's the sort of thing you think. But yeah, it was.
So concerning in tone, to be telling your family that you love you when you've not been in a conversation.
Yeah, just out of the blue, just that on its own, and for all the family members to hear it, it felt a little bit strange. I don't know.
So when you say other immediate family members, how many people did you send that message to around then?
I guess it was just immediate family members. So I guess it would have been 4 people, maybe. Yeah. Can't remember exactly.
31st of March, your mum FaceTimes him without warning, and he flips out and tells her never to do that again. Has that something he had done before, flipped out or been rude or in those kinds of conversations?
I guess not in this context, not in terms of doing that over a phone call. So yeah, I guess you could say that was unusual in a way.
To get angry over FaceTime. Could he get angry when he was either living at home or subsequently in arguments within the family? Families do argue. Was he able to argue? Did he argue?
So do you mean like when we were growing up? Or
Yes, when
he was
you were
living
growing up, when he was living.
I mean, yeah, did argue. He would usually not like to argue that much. As in, he would usually, I don't know, after a while, just like prefer to sort of like withdraw a little bit. So not too much. So yeah, I guess, yeah, it was, well, although to be fair, this was significant in hindsight. So when I wrote this document, it was by the time he had gone into hospital. So yeah, then we were sort of just like thinking, oh, what are the sort of the weird things that have been happening in the build-up to this that we could sort of include?
If we go to page 19, please, so it's the page before, you refer to a phone call. Unfortunately, we have to go back to page 20 as well to see the end of it. So if we can have 19 and 20 together, please. You didn't write the call down at the time, but you know that he expressed concerns about monitoring. So what concerns was he expressing then?
Yeah, I think it was similar to what was in the messages before. But yeah, it's this idea of a technology being able to see the things that he was looking at. And yeah, I was trying to sort of, I guess, come at it with what I felt was a logical perspective of trying to like convince him, you know, that these things, you know, were unlikely to even exist, or if they existed, that it would be quite advanced technology that, yeah, would be reserved for sort of national security agencies and stuff like that.
So you begin rationally trying to tell him that can't be the case. It's not happening.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of the way I sort of reason about life in general. Certainly the way I reasoned about it then as well. So.
You say, are you an engineer as well?
Yes, a software engineer. Yeah.
Software engineer. So you say in your statement that accounts in some ways for how you deal with your brother's concerns about monitoring. Are you very logical about technology and what technology can and can't do?
Yeah, that's the idea. And yeah, and I guess by sort of at this point, it seemed like he was relatively receptive to it as well. But yeah, it's trying to come at it from a logical perspective, hopefully to get him to agree with me that, you know, given what we know about technology, given what we know about what we can and can't do, and also that it would just be unlikely that such a thing would be used on him by anyone, let alone someone that he knows. So.
You say at the top we see he expressed concerns. Lost that now, at the top of page 20, sorry. He expressed concerns. He mentioned confronting them and denying it and acting innocently. So the confrontation, he mentioned confronting them. Did you ask him about that, confronting them?
Possible that I did. Yeah, I got the sense that it was just going to this person and asking them if they were monitoring, and them saying, no, that wasn't me that I was doing. I wasn't doing that, that wasn't me. That sort of thing.
Was that worrying that he'd actually chosen to share that with a stranger, in effect, and ask them about that when you knew that can't be happening, as it were?
Worrying in what way?
Worrying that he'd approached somebody else or confronted them about whether they had done this to him.
I guess I didn't think of it at that time. Yeah, I'm not sure I would describe it as worrying per se. Yeah.
But it was his reaction to confront somebody about it.
Yeah, well, to go to the person and ask them about it. I didn't get the sense that it was that it was done in a sort of negative way, I guess, at the time. It didn't, or in the way that he explained it. Yeah, I didn't get.
So you thought asking them, I was asking them, and they said they hadn't done that.
That's the sort of the sense that I felt at the time, I think. As far
Although looking at the word confronting does sound a bit more challenging, that, doesn't it?
Well, it depends how you see confrontation. I don't necessarily think that confronting is like a a negative thing, or does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. If you go, please, to page 17, Easter, 12th of April 2020, these are a number of messages, and at this point, we see at the top, he's asked you to stop using his old one and to not reference the new number if I message the old one. Was that a new feature, that he had more than one phone and he had different numbers for you to contact him on?
Oh, yeah, this was new. And sorry, this is the same day as the phone call that we were just talking about, right? Or...
No, this is, the same day.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've had a call and there's also messages.
Yeah, so the call, the messages come before the call, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that was new, was it?
Yeah, it was new. It showed, I guess, a sense of paranoia that wasn't there before, so yeah, it was new.
Mm-hmm. And he messages you on WhatsApp, concerns someone in his home network is monitoring him. So at this point, he's telling you about monitoring, and again, you try and reassure, do you?
Yeah.
About that?
Yeah. I think we spoke about. I was trying to get him to go into his router and sort of like look at settings in it. I think I had in my head that in theory, if you're within a home network, you can have access to devices in that home network, and in theory, there might be things they might be able to do. But that felt really unlikely in this current scenario.
You speak about faith, switches to questions about my faith. How do I reconcile faith and intelligence? And that features in a number of times through the document. What was the discussion, broadly speaking, about faith and how that's interplayed in relation to what he was experiencing?
So this specific conversation was about an experience that he had. He sort of explains why it is that he sent those messages, the I love you messages back in January. Sorry, was it January or maybe?
This is 12th of April.
Yeah, sorry. No,
yeah, the messages back in January.
Back in January, yeah. In general, we used to speak about faith a lot. It was, I guess it's an interest of his, given our background, growing up in a church family. I guess he would have said he was a Christian growing up and then eventually became non-Christian. Mm-hmm. But I carried on as a Christian even into university, and he always had this idea that, faith and intelligence or faith and science were, not reconcilable. And he was always interested about that sort of stuff, which is why partly, I guess, it features so much in the messages. So that part of it, I guess, fairly regular, that we might have a conversation about that. I guess what prompted it this time was that it is Easter Sunday, and as he said, he was watching a sermon. So, I wanted to have a conversation about that.
And as you say, it proceeds to explain events. He texted me saying he loved me, so it's the same as he did in January, texting messages of love.
Yeah.
And then we see the following messages that have been texted. Mm-hmm. That previous night, I felt immense anguish, paranoia, anger, hatred because of this spying, monitoring thing. Mm. Couldn't sleep, had the darkest thoughts could imagine, wanted to hurt, ... permanently. Mm. So what did you think when you received those messages, taking them each in turn?
Sorry, taking them each in turn?
Yes.
How do you mean, sorry?
Well, the first one, in the order they appear. So I felt immense anguish, paranoia, anger, hatred. What did you think he was referring to there?
I guess I'm not sure I took them separately. I guess I took them together. Mm-hmm. Do you want me to? Yes, well, I'm not sure how I would answer them.
Tell us how you thought about them when they came. We can see they come in quick succession. So if you saw them as a group, tell us what you made of them.
I thought he was talking about how he wanted to kill himself the night before. He sent me those, the I love you message.
The I love you. So because he'd sent that and those messages.
Yeah.
Wanted to hurt ... permanently. He didn't say hurt himself, did he? He just says hurt permanently.
Yes. Yeah.
So how was it that you thought that was about hurting himself?
I mean, I guess that the sentence, the full sentence would be, I wanted to hurt permanently. The whole subject, if you take the messages around it, there's no other subject other than Valdo, right? He's talking about the situation, the spy monitoring thing, he's feeling immense anguish, and yeah, talking about it being overwhelming. So at some point, something in me begged, take it away, nothing else, just take it away.
And what did you make of take it away? Nothing else, just take it away.
I think that also drew me to thinking about him wanting to commit suicide. And also he says, you know, how the darkest thoughts possible, how the darkest thoughts I can imagine. I guess maybe it's difficult for people to read these now without the sort of the context of what happened on the 13th of June, and I completely understand that. But, you know, at this point, Valdo had never been violent at all to anyone. He very calm and peaceful person, as far as I can remember. So, yeah, I guess in general, if someone that I knew and I knew well came to me and said, oh, you know, I was feeling immense anguish and, you know, I had the darkest thoughts possible and wanted to hurt permanently, my immediate reaction is that that's in relation to suicide. And yeah, and I think also just the actual language itself, there's no other subject here. We're talking about how he feels, about his feelings, about how he feels overwhelmed, how he wants something to take this away, take it away. It felt to me at least fairly obvious that it was to do with suicide.
Did you discuss that as a family at that point, your worries about that?
No, I don't think I discussed this with anyone. Well, besides Valdo, and I think when we called later on, we did speak about this. Because the conversation isn't just about this; it's about how he's basically describing an episode of feeling incredibly down, feeling like his life was over essentially, and in the phone calls that I had with him, because of this spy monitoring thing, he basically couldn't go on. It felt like it was too much, and he's describing. Sometimes he said, I think he said praying at some point, asking something. I think in the message he says, he sort of describes it in sort of like this religious context of asking God or praying for it to be taken away, and then waking up and feeling, as he described it, the greatest peace he's ever felt, and having like a new appreciation for life.
Should we go to those? They're 18th of May. So if we go to the document saying NGPF number, page 11, this is the 18th of May. And he messages you these images, what he's picked up. Hey, I was roaming the streets at night, shadowboxing and all, and look what I found. First of all, shadowboxing and at night, what did you think that meant? What was he doing?
I guess I took roaming the streets. I think shadowboxing, I guess it might sound a bit flippant, but I think he's joking there. I don't think he's... I think he's trying to sort of like, invoke images of like Rocky Balboa in Philadelphia or something like that. I think he's just being a bit flippant there, but I think he just couldn't sleep. I think that's what I took from that. But sorry, can I just ask why we moved on to these messages?
Yes, because the one over leaf you were referring to. So if we just start at this page and we see he's roaming the streets. If we go over to page 12... this is on the 18th of May, by the way. I love you with all my being. I think I figured it out. I don't believe in it, and I don't think I ever will. This is the link you were describing earlier with religion and what he thought about that. Yeah,
it's part of the link. Although what I was trying to say with the previous messages is that episode that he describes of feeling immense anguish, feeling like he couldn't go on anymore, like it was too much, that he didn't want to live anymore, and then praying, and then finding a sense of peace, that was what he described as an incredibly profound thing, and he wanted to understand that experience, and the way that he was sort of trying to understand experience was through faith. And I guess this is an example of a similar thing, where he describes, I guess, faith, or I guess in the previous example he described praying or crying out God in a way, and in here he describes reading the Bible, and it has sort of the same effect on him.
And we see, called me at 11:03, this is on the 18th of May, barely made sense for the first 15 minutes of call, lots of crying and screaming with some laughter. I think he asked me what to do. Further down, jokes that there's nothing gangster about the crying. What do you think that terms me? Reference gangster, nothing tough, nothing manly. What does he mean by that? Nothing gangster about the crying.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. Sorry, what did you say about...
Yeah, why do you think he says jokes that there's nothing gangster about the crying?
Sorry, but
so what does that mean?
What did you say at the end? You said nothing manly, nothing...
Yeah, what does he mean by gangster? Nothing manly, tough? Why is he saying gangster? What's that word used for?
I guess he just means that... maybe nothing tough. Yeah, maybe that it's... I guess it's like a vulnerable thing.
Like a
vulnerable thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Makes a slight allusion to being watched, followed by quick dismissal and change of the subject when I try to ask more. Were you trying to ask more about it?
Yeah, I think I was, as it says that, yeah.
If we go to page 13, we see at the bottom, he tells you, I know I'm being watched by the room next to me, but if it is that other people are also watching, I don't know what happened, just like I cried like a mother who'd lost her son and there was no reason. We go over to the next page, page 14. It's not part of my personality or character. And then he says, would it not be better if it happened in front of family or friends or people I know, in front of strangers, mocked even more? Because I think they're watching, I know I can break their heads with my hands. Give me a reason to be mocked. What do you think he was saying here?
Yeah, I think he was, he thought he was being watched, and he thought he was being watched by strangers, and he didn't like, I guess, the fact that he was in such a vulnerable position in front of people that he thought was sort of out to get him. Sort of the sense that I got from this previous phone call was a sense of, like, I guess feeling unsafe, feeling under threat, if you will. I think he told me in that phone call that he was alone. I think he mentioned, so I thought I sort of tried to ask about housemates, but I think he mentioned, I think at the time he said they might have moved, because I guess this is like peak COVID time. Although I later find out that the reason why he's alone is because he's actually moved to a different apartment. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he has this perception that there is someone watching him, or that someone's watching him in the next room. He doesn't like that he, I guess, was in that vulnerable position, being watched by someone who's sort of out to get him, as he feels.
And were you concerned with the language, I know I can break their heads with my hands?
Yeah, I think I was concerned. I can't remember exactly how I took that at the time. I remember the general sense of him, of feeling like he felt that there was something out to get him, and of trying to sort of, like, I guess similarly to how I was dealing with the technology thing earlier on, like, sort of like trying to reason in a way that, you know, yeah, these things are unlikely to be happening, or, yeah.
If we go back to page 12, this is the conversation you were referring to, the crying and screaming and laughter. Yeah. And you tell us he'd been watching a video in your statement about capital punishment in the early hours of the morning, and he told you a couple of days later about that.
Yes, can I see?
So it may be this call, is it, or around then? Were you aware at some point he'd been watching a video about capital punishment?
Sorry, is it here that he says that? I can't...
It's not recorded here, or it's noted. It's your statement that makes a reference to him having...
Yeah, I think maybe I found out later on that's what had happened.
Yes, yeah. So don't worry about where it appears in the notes. Can you remember now about him viewing a capital punishment video?
Yeah, sorry, although I would say it's a video about capital punishment. Yes,
yeah. So not actually watching the event itself or somebody being killed, but a video about the subject.
Yes, and I think that phone call was more about the voices themselves, but
Right.
he had said that he was sort of like, I guess, thinking of writing or see that the video was about the sort of ethics of capital punishment, of the fact that it still exists. Like, is it right for our current society to still have something like that? And he mentioned it, I guess, in terms of like the US with the death penalty and stuff like that.
Right.
And he was writing his thoughts about it. Although I think we moved on fairly quickly from that to actually speak about the voices and the fact that he felt like they were laughing at him for writing.
And you'll know from the medical notes now with Dr. Ludwigson, he mentioned again that he'd been looking at that issue or thinking about that issue. Did he give you any reason for why he was thinking about that issue, or how he'd ended up considering the ethics of that?
I'm not sure he did, because I don't think we spoke about it for that long. But yeah, what I do remember is it being about ethics.
19th of May, if we go backwards in the documents, page 9. This is, you tell us in your statement, the first time he tells anyone in the family, I hear voices. So we see that near the end. We can actually scroll through the different answers or text till we get there. So the things that are happening are beyond whatever you could think. You say what things are happening. He says the impossible is happening. You say you'll have to explain more. He says, I don't know if I can. And you say, are you sure you can't say? If you need help with anything or if you change your mind, tell me. And he says, either something extraordinary is happening or I'm losing my mind. When he said that, something extraordinary is happening or I'm losing my mind, were you worried he was losing his mind from the conversations and text you'd had at this point?
I'm not sure.
Can you see that, 1326?
Yeah. Again, I'm not sure I took that message on its... how I took that message on its own, except the fact that I wanted them to explain more. Obviously, I'm worried. Like, yes. I'm trying to figure out what is happening. I'm not sure at that point, I could say I would, I had this idea that he was losing his mind.
Okay, the more you explain it, the more I think you should say, I won't pressure you if you don't want to. Why were you worried about pressuring him?
I think only to, I guess, get him to be forthcoming. I guess in a sense when someone is going through a hard time in general, I think that's probably the approach I take of, I'm here if you feel like it would be helpful for me to talk to you or for you to talk to me about this. Please, talk to me, and I definitely want to talk to you, but I'm not gonna, force you to do it. I guess there's a sense of not wanting him to feel uncomfortable in doing so, if that makes sense.
And you say, I won't pressure you, and he says, I hear voices.
Yeah.
And you say, can I call you? It might be easier that way. Do you want to tell me about the voices and what they say?
Yeah.
And if we go over the page, you won't believe me. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to wait and see what happens. You can tell me anyway. He says, I love you always. You say, I love you too, bro. Can I call you now? And he says, another time. And you say, okay, if you prefer, but call you if you need anything. And you say, have you thought about staying with mum and dad until things calm down with COVID? Or if you want, I could stay there with you, or vice versa. And he says, thanks, but it's fine. What were you thinking about that it would be better for him to be at home with other people? This was COVID. You said you were concerned it might be to do with that.
It was to get him to be in an environment that he might feel comfortable, and also because he had expressed feeling, I guess, unsafe, or feeling like he was there was something out to get him. And I think this is actually a follow-up from, I guess, the phone call on the 18th, where I think I did mention that as well. And yeah, he doesn't want to, but yeah, it's out of a sense of worry and concern.
20th of May, we have to go backwards to page 2, so NGPF page 2. He phones you, you say, I was asleep, what's going on? Phones you in the morning. I hear voices in my head. It's also not quite like that. It's going to sound really strange. Sorry, it's not serious, I'm being silly. Do you think he was embarrassed about that? Why is he saying, I'm being silly, it's not serious, do you think?
Maybe. I guess he's got like a... He doesn't usually like to worry people in general. I guess that's like one of his personality traits, I guess you could say, that he, I guess likes to not worry people. And I guess you can see it, I guess, throughout the messages. He tries to sort of be like, oh no, it's okay, like I'm fine, don't worry about me. So I think that might be it, more than embarrassment. But maybe there was some embarrassment, I don't know.
Further down the page, some of the people followed me. He says, I left the place I was living at. I went somewhere else, but some of the people followed me. I'm in an apartment and they're in the one above or next to me. I know that you're starting to think it's paranoia. But the paranoia doesn't start at this point. You're going to judge me. Were you saying to him, did you use the word paranoid? You know, you're worrying about things that aren't happening.
Before this point?
Yes.
Possibly, but I'm not sure. I think by this point there was, I guess I had a sense of wanting him to be open with me. So I'm not sure. I think I was trying to not be completely dismissive, if that makes sense, or trying to like reason with certain things in a more roundabout way, but I might have used it, but I'm not too sure.
Near the bottom of the page, he says, I'm messing up. You're not supposed to worry. I didn't want that. And I'm not suffering or anything. Yep. You're telling Mum, I know it. He didn't want you to tell his mum, did he? And I think, the message 3 lines up kind of explains that. Yeah, I think, kind of like I said earlier, he's never really been the person that, or he's always concerned that he's worrying people, or that what he might say might worry people, or not wanting to worry people, if that makes sense. So I think that's partly why he's saying that. The top of the next page, you say, don't you want to talk more about it? Are you safe at least? And he says, I shouldn't, because you'll take it the wrong way, you'll worry, and yes, I'm safe. You shouldn't have told anyone if you did. And you say, I'm sorry, it wasn't with bad intentions. The other day when you called me, I asked Mum to pray. I didn't know what to do in that moment, and yes, I was worried. So he knows you said something to your mum, and then that's possibly why he's saying, don't tell. Possibly.
Although at this point he was also calling other family members, including Mum. So it's likely that I think she was worried anyway. So I'm not sure if it was because I said it that he became worried that I had told Mum. I guess in that moment I assumed that's what it was, but.
But he may well have appreciated she knew anyway from her own conversations.
Yes, yeah, possibly, yeah.
You shouldn't have. The others aren't like you. I don't mind you knowing some things as long as it doesn't worry you. You don't have to worry, I'm not in danger. Maybe I'll tell you the full story one day, who knows? But listen to this. Yesterday I had a dream, and when I woke up, someone in the other apartment was telling my dream to other people. The two of them exist and they are distinct. These are people who are monitoring, and I've known this for weeks, but from Monday things got weird. I found that Bible and then started crying for no reason. That's when I called. What you don't know is I cried again that afternoon. And you say, okay, but I don't agree that Mum, and if we can go over to page 4, and Dad are different in what matters. They also just want the best for you. and I generally think that not knowing worries me more than knowing. Did he understand what you were saying there?
Did Valdo understand what I was saying?
Yes.
Maybe that's possibly a difficult question to answer, because I think in this moment he would have been quite psychotic, so I'm not sure he would have had the ability to understand it properly. Maybe he might have understood it in a superficial level, but I think his psychotic experiences might have been driving his behavior more than, rational understanding of what I was saying.
And if we go further down this page, he tells you about a security guard thinking he was shoplifting offended me, so I started to shout at him and tried to shame him. What did you make of that?
So this is a dream, isn't it?
Yes.
That he's recounting. I'm not sure I made too much of the dream itself. I think I made more of the fact that he thought someone was talking about that dream after he'd had it.
He then continues, as far as I know, they rented the apartment to keep an eye on me. How they figured out where I went, I don't know. I've been aware of them for weeks, never disturbed me much. They've been doing it for shits and giggles, but I can't explain the crying. What did you think he was saying there?
I thought he was describing again the same sort of feelings of having someone out to get him, and I guess it put some of the messages or phone calls from the previous days into context that he had some sort of belief that I guess it's similar to the whole theme of being watched or someone out to get him, and he's trying to sort of figure out why it is that it's happening, why someone would do that to him. And the explanation that he gives in that moment is that they're just doing it for fun. But
he's also, hasn't he, just in terms of dreams, can we go to page 18, NGPF 0002527? On the 12th of April, going back to that, he refers at 1519. Why do I feel like this now? I didn't work myself into this state of mind. I was thinking about red rum not 120 minutes ago. Now, not only do I not care, I feel appreciation. We can look, if you like, at some of the messages before that. If we go to page 17, you asked him about the second episode he mentioned. See what you say to him there.
yeah.
And then if we go over the page, we see what you say at the top. You set out about your faith, and then VC says, when you say, I don't know if that makes sense, he says it does. And he said, what you said is that very thing. I thought, why do I feel like this now? I know I didn't work myself into this state of mind. I was thinking about red rum not 120 minutes ago. Not now, not only do I not care, I feel appreciation. So when he was asleep earlier, what did you understand that to mean, a reference to red rum?
I'm not sure I'm not sure at the time what I thought exactly. I know it was either at the time or when I was writing this. I thought so. The whole conversation is again related to the sort of incident what we were speaking about earlier on, where he's talking about suicide. The whole conversation is about that experience of praying or asking something to take that away and coming into like a new sense of peace that he can't quite explain. And obviously his understanding is initially through faith, and this is part of it as well. I thought he was sort of like saying, in the same vein, I was just thinking about something completely different, and now I have this sort of newfound appreciation for life. So yeah, I thought it was in the same context. Although, yeah, to be fair, the whole conversation is, so yeah, at least until the sort of second incident, because the second incident he starts replying at 15:24, and you asked about yesterday, so that's where he goes on to the second incident. So this is still the sort of the same episode of sort of the context of him wanting to take his own life and praying and like coming into ending up with a completely different outlook on things.
Did you associate it with murder written backwards, and that actually was thinking about harm to others rather than harm to himself, or did you not focus on that message?
Well, I definitely didn't associate it with murder. I'm not sure I knew about that. Certainly at the time, I don't think I read it in that way. But sorry, are you saying just this message, or are you saying the whole conversation?
That message, just that message.
No, yeah, I don't think I associated it with murder, especially because, I mean, it would have been pretty, yeah, I don't know, out of character. Again, as I sort of said before, like this was, Valdo who had never been violent to anything or anyone, so would have been a pretty...
You say around this time in the document as well, between the 12th of April and the 18th of May, we can have it on the screen, page 16, not much happens, maybe a few relevant points. The rest is mostly random messages about music. What music does he like? What's he messaging about music during this period? Can you remember?
Well, he likes all sorts of music. He likes rock music, rap music. He listens to a lot of classical music, especially when he was, doing his piano grades and stuff like that. So yeah, all sorts of music.
If we go to the front page of the document, please, page 1. You set out there, compiled from text messages and phone calls to brother, unless stated otherwise, most recent days first. And on the front of this page, the 23rd of May, what was the conversation that he had with you then?
So he called me, had more questions about faith, told me that he had an encounter with the Holy Spirit and was saved. I guess similar to what we'd had a conversation about on the 12th of April, about, I guess, wanting to know more about the Bible, read the Bible, and that he also mentioned, I think, on the 18th or 19th of May. Also mentions having been to hospital the night before. But he, didn't say what for. And then I told him to call Mum.
And between the 21st of May, he telling you some messages he's doing much better and thanks me for the support. But you say he sounds very on edge. I think he's paranoid about my safety again. Why did you think he was paranoid about your safety?
So this is the call later on that evening. So, I guess I'm trying to remember that specific call, but I guess maybe he was sort of hinting at like how it is that I'm doing, like, are you okay, sort of things. Maybe he was asking that repeatedly. I think there was another phone call earlier on where he had more explicitly asked if I was okay or if someone had come to get me and stuff like that.
When this document was furnished to Dr. Sedat, who was treating him, did you consider it might help?
Come up with... I was hoping it would. That was the whole point of putting it together. So yeah, I think I would have started writing it, I don't know, Valdo went into hospital on the 25th. Well, some of these notes I had already been writing as they were happening because I didn't really know what else to do. So I just started taking notes. And
you have put in there a reference to red rum. You've put into the document, I know I can break their heads with my hands. So were you putting in the graphic terms that he had used?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I put most of it in there. Sorry, my screen has just gone off. But, yeah.
We don't need it on the screen
anymore. I think I put most of it in there. I try to put as much information as possible.
And did you have your phone next to you at the time when you were doing it to remind yourself when you were putting the document together?
Yeah. I mean, it was all, I guess, based on what I had on my phone. I think when I was speaking to Valdo, sometimes during phone calls I might take notes, like really quickly, rough notes and stuff like that, and some of those would have been in the document. I don't think I went back and changed them. So the whole point was to try and help come up with a diagnosis, and I think it was sent, on the 28th. I think it took me a while. I think the thing that might have taken me the longest was translating everything, making sure that...
Because it was all in Portuguese?
Yeah, because a lot of it was in Portuguese, yeah. Some of it was in English, because sometimes we switch back and forth. Some conversations are easier in English for us, but a lot of it was in Portuguese, so having to go through it and translate and pass it on.
Did you have any concern about it being shared amongst doctors?
No, none at all. And I think actually reading from the Rio notes, I think Mum discussed it in a meeting with doctors just publicly. So the whole point was
to share it.
To share it, yeah, for it to help. That was the idea. We wanted to know what was going on. We wanted a diagnosis.
And would you have been concerned or objected to VC knowing that you'd provided it?
No, not at all. I mean, I guess part of me would have expected them to know if the content was discussed with Valdo, which I assumed it would be. But yeah, no concerns at all about sharing it or it being discussed.
If we can then go to your statement to pick up events in May, it's paragraph 30 of your statement, page 9. It can go on the screen, but you may not need it to answer the question. What did you first learn about events? We know now about the document you've provided to the hospital, but what did you understand had happened around the 24th of May?
So, Mum called me at some point saying that Valdo had been arrested and that he was in police custody and that there were concerns, I guess, around his mental health at some point. But he was trying to break in somewhere, and then the police arrested him and took him into custody. Mum and my family were driving into Nottingham to go and see him.
We know that the night before, if we can have on the screen, please, EMAS 602, on the 23rd of May, he had gone to hospital. And indeed, you have the 23rd of May in the notes that we've just gone through where he's talking about having an encounter with God and feeling peace, etc. He's admitted on the 23rd of May, or takes himself to hospital, for acute behavioural disturbance. Over the page at page 2, status anxious. And if we go to the bottom, medical surgical history, patient admits to having mental health problems in the past but would not say what. Not currently medicated for anything on questioning. As far as any past history of mental health problems, were you aware of anything other than this, or did you have any concerns?
No. I think that week, building up to the first admission, is when sort of everything really ramped up. I remember the whole week just being a bit of a blur and a bit of a daze of us trying to figure out what was going on, having no idea what was going on. not sure. Yeah, I definitely didn't know of any sort of mental health problems in the past. Certainly nothing to this level.
Yeah, when you say nothing to this level, can we just unpack that? You've seen the statement from the witness in Wales who was living with him 2014, 2015, and was sufficiently concerned about mental health to contact the police. Yeah. And her statement refers to hearing screams in the night, him being up in the night. You, as a teenager, were sharing a room with him, weren't you? Yeah. What was your experience of his routine, and particularly at night time?
When I was sharing a room with him?
Yes. I mean, he left home when he was, what, 18, 19?
Yeah, I think it was 19. Pretty uneventful. I think, yeah, maybe a bit of a night owl, but nothing out of the ordinary. I think.
How much of a night owl? What does that mean?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. We might stay up a little bit late and watch a film or watch or like a comedy show, me and him or something like that.
Oh, so no different from you?
Oh, yeah, no,
so, yeah. So did you have him wandering off or going out or coming into the room at night, anything like that, or hear any screams, that kind of?
Nothing at all, nothing at all. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can remember anything out of the ordinary, but I don't think there was, no.
So when you say you weren't aware of anything earlier, you're saying 2020 was a crisis, and 2019 you had, well, we've seen in the notes that you had some concerns with the benefit of hindsight there about paranoia a bit earlier.
I think that's it. And yeah, it is, as you say, with the benefit of hindsight, that sort of that week ramps up, and then you're looking back to see what else might be related.
What else fits or might be part of it.
Yeah.
So what did fit when you look back? And again, we're seeing that statement from the woman who wrote it, how he'd stand at the door and hand out passwords behind the door to the person when they'd been late with their bill. Very guarded behaviour, isn't it? Strange behaviour.
Strange behaviour. I guess it depends how you look at it. I guess you said guarded, and I guess I'm used to guarded, having heard it so much in sort of like a sense of like psychosis and masking symptoms. I don't think I would.
Yeah, let's not use it for that. Let's just unusual behaviour, strange behaviour, to stay behind the door, pass a note out, enough for her to comment on it and be referring to it.
Yeah, she clearly found that strange behaviour. In terms, I guess, in light of, thinking about previous mental health problems, I'm not sure I would say that's indicative of a mental health problem. I wonder how much of, I guess, the interactions in that statement are sort of, I guess, coloured a little bit by the fact that he went on to develop schizophrenia. Yeah, and it could be that some of those are signs of, I forget the exact terminology that's used for
pre-morbid.
Pre-morbid, yeah. I guess some of those might be. I'm not sure him, I guess coming up, devising a way of making sure people pay for their internet is necessarily a sign.
Look at this at page 3, please. Under care plan, the crew thought he presented like under the influence of drugs or acute mental health, but denies drug use, hearing voices, mumbling, erratic behaviour. Were you ever aware of him taking drugs?
No, not at all. And I would say in general seems like it'll be quite an unlike Valdo thing to do. Yeah, obviously I know now that he speaks to Professor Blackwood or Dr. Mervis about having done it in one instance.
Yes.
But yeah, no, nothing at all. He was fairly anti-substances, didn't do drugs, didn't really drink at all.
Did he ever tell you about the incident he told Dr. Mervis about, which was a very extreme reaction on the face of it, where he thought his arm was going to drop off and he might die? A very graphic response. Did he ever tell you about that?
No, he didn't tell me about that, I don't think.
Are you surprised that he didn't tell you about that?
I don't think so, not particularly. I wonder if I had asked if he'd ever done drugs, he probably would have said. But yeah, I guess in some ways I'm more surprised that he did drugs than him not telling me about it, if I'm honest. But
That can come down, please. During his first admission, and indeed all of the admissions, you didn't have any contact with the medical professionals, did you? Nobody came back to you asking information on the document or anything else directly?
No. Well, sorry, about the documents that I sent to Dr. Sida?
Yes. If
No,
anyone wanted more information or wanted to ask questions about it?
Nope. I thought that document sort of got lost in the ether, that, you know, spent all that time doing it and it just wasn't useful at all.
How long did it take to put together?
I guess it would have been those 3 days, 2.5 days maybe. Yeah, a lot of time translating, a lot of time going through the texts and copying them and whatever. So yeah.
You didn't visit him, did you, when he was in hospital in May, June 2020? COVID restrictions applied. Was that why you didn't, or would you not necessarily have done that anyway?
No, I think if it wasn't for COVID, I probably would have gone up. I think even as my parents were there on the 24th of May and I think the day after, I was just on the phone with them pretty much all the time, trying to like get them accommodation, trying to figure out a place where they could stay, because, you know, COVID restrictions were quite strong at that time. And even, you know, later on speak about going to see him, although he wasn't that keen on that. But yeah, it was because of COVID. I think if it wasn't for COVID, it would have been much easier to go and see him.
We'll come to that later. He wasn't keen on you visiting Nottingham, was he, or going to see him there?
No, not in general. And I think at first I just kind of, this personality. Oh, you know, don't worry. You know, you don't need to do that. I think later on it sort of developed more into a safety sort of thing as part of his, I guess, beliefs that, you know, he was under threat and that we were under threat as well.
From monitoring? You're under threat of being monitored?
Yeah.
When he was discharged from the hospital, you tell us in your statement at paragraph 34, we don't need it on the screen, that the doctor had said he'd had an acute psychotic episode, but a formal diagnosis was not possible at the time. You understand it was also relayed to you that the doctor had stressed they were not going to put a label on it until VC had reached the point of being unwell again. Mm-hmm. Was that your understanding?
Yeah, that was my understanding of it. And I think what I took at that time was that 20% figure of 20% of people who have such an episode recover and don't have another. And I guess I was hopeful that I guess Valdo would be in that 20%. I was a little bit confused as to the idea of waiting for it to happen again, although I guess maybe this is a natural predisposition of like a deference to professionals hoping that they know best, of like, okay, this is what the doctor says, then, you know, this person is trained and they know what they're talking about. So
they had shared with you as a family that 20% of people who have an episode recover and don't have another. Yes. But if it happened again, it could be a long-term condition.
Yes, yeah.
When you say you weren't convinced about the if it happens again idea, can you just expand on that?
Well, I was just hoping you would be able to diagnose him there and then, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I wasn't. The reason why the document was made to begin with, if that makes sense. I guess I was just really keen to know what it was at that time, but also, wanting to trust that the professionals knew better than me, as I would expect that to be the case. But
can we have your witness statement, page 12, on the screen, please? We see the top paragraph. So it's WITN 0087001, page 12. Because VC's presentation had been described as an acute psychotic episode, I didn't understand it to be a long-standing condition that was always present, but rather an episodic thing that was tied to specific events, which then led to his admission to hospital. And if we could just put on the screen, please. You set out here, you definitely did not understand his illness. So tell us, that's across the period, that 2020 to 2023. You didn't understand refusal to take medication was part of psychosis, and that he believed being medicated was people trying to control him. Can you just explain why you say this was the case?
Yeah, I think it's part of the understanding of lack of understanding that I was going to say we as a society tend to have, but I definitely did have, of like what psychosis mean or what a psychotic incident or what a psychotic breakdown is. Mm-hmm. Especially when it's described as an episode, as the wording suggests, it feels like an episodic thing, like this is what being acutely psychotic looks like. And so everything in between that doesn't necessarily lead to a hospital admission isn't a psychotic breakdown, isn't sort of like active psychosis, if that makes sense. And you know, because the use of the word psychosis, I now understand, is sort of like an umbrella term. But I guess my understanding of it at the time was of this event thing, if that makes sense. That if there's something that would happen in the moment, and then, you know, might be described as crisis, or you know, we call the crisis team, and that might lead to a hospital admission. But it was hard to understand, especially I guess the paranoia as part of the illness, because the things that sort of led to Valdo being admitted into hospital were these sort of like sharp psychotic episodes or psychotic incidents as I understood them at the time.
When did you learn he had been diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic?
That was 9th of October 2023, because I think it was when I think my mother got a call with some explanation about the first forensic psychiatrist report being done, and that being the diagnosis, paranoid schizophrenia. And we thought at the time, you know, having been frustrated not to learn about that all that time, I thought at the time that the forensic psychiatrist came up with a diagnosis. And there's, I guess, a sense of like almost relief of finally knowing what it is that we've been dealing with all this time. So that I think that's exactly when that's when I first learned about it.
We know it was not on his care plan, consciously or otherwise, and he therefore never saw that diagnosis. As far as you're aware, around this time and subsequently, did he know he had that?
I don't think he did. I really don't think he did. I think, well, because the wording that was used the most, more often than not, was psychosis, history of psychosis, episodes of psychosis. I think when you read the notes, I think you see some conversations around schizophrenia or schizophrenic type illnesses. I think some of those, I would be surprised if you were able to retain information, because when acutely psychotic, he didn't remember things well. But yeah, you can read the real notes. Paranoid schizophrenia comes up like a handful of times. I'm a little bit skeptical as to how much his team knew about the diagnosis, but I'm not sure if he knew it that well.
Paragraph 42 and 43, please, page 13. His second admission, he, for a few weeks after discharge on the 17th of June, he seemed okay, in touch some irregularly by text message. On the 11th of July, there were again red flags. He'd begun calling, sounding jittery, jumping between topics. His fixation, paragraph 43, on the family's safety, and particularly saying we were all in danger and not safe in this country, tended to happen when he was acutely unwell and in periods of intensity before he was admitted to hospital, such as in May and July 2020. What was he meaning, you're not safe in this country? Do you know?
So that, it's a little bit of a hindsight sort of recognition of the pattern of sort of behaviour back then. But yeah, he was just constantly feeling that he was under threat, we were under threat. eventually thinking that us being with him would put us under threat, or like, yeah, it was I guess a regular theme, although, yeah, from paragraph 42, yeah, I guess the phone calls that we were having were more similar to the ones prior to the first admission, which is how we, I guess, knew or suspected him to be unwell at the time.
Your contact with him in 2020 and 2021, if we go to page 14 of your statement, paragraphs 48 and 49, you saw him in October 2020. And to be clear, I think between January 2020 and June 2023, you saw him twice, didn't you? October 2020 and November 2022?
Yes, yeah.
So that's not very much, is it, over a period of 3 years?
Yeah, not at all.
Why was that, that you only saw him 3 times?
So I think part of it, at least for the first sort of year and a half, was COVID related, the various lockdowns. So I guess this period in October 2020 would have been in between a period of lockdowns where we were sort of more able to move more freely. And he came to see me. Yeah, so partly because of that, and also because after a while it became much harder for me. The whole situation became much harder for me, and I struggled with, I struggled with it all, and I struggled with my relationship with Valdo, if you will, but also because as he got more and more unwell, started becoming much more and more, I don't know what the right word is, but started wanting us to be around him less and less.
Well, we see at paragraph 49, he's talking about hearing voices. You told him you knew that.
Yep.
And as you often did, you tried to ask him about the voices in an attempt to understand what he was talking about, and then to try and show him that there was no rational basis for him to think there were voices. So did you feel you were going around the same loop of explanation?
Yes, this time, well, so I guess, you can start to see the loop for me. This specific was, I guess, almost like an exact loop, because he just didn't remember a lot of the week prior to the first admission, it seemed. So, I remember being quite worried, and I think then, when I spoke to him, I think she might have even emailed Dr. Sida about his memory issues. But this, I guess, trying to sort of like reason with him, encourage him to, I guess, do what the doctors were telling him to do. I think I asked him, to speak to his team as well. I think about the memory issues as well.
Paragraph 50, I think when he came to see you in October 2020, you say, I might have suggested I could go and see him in Nottingham, but he was reluctant to commit to this at the time.
Yeah.
I brushed this off. Became much more apparent how much he didn't want any of us to visit him. And I remember times when my parents were trying to arrange to see him and he was refusing. I'd get frustrated with this, as I thought it was him being thoughtless about my parents, didn't understand at the time. It's his attempt to protect them from the danger he perceived they were in. You referred a moment ago to how you were struggling with your relationship with him. The combination of explaining to him, as you were, why he couldn't be monitored, and also his attitude as you saw it towards your parents, were they the features that challenged your relationship with him?
That was definitely part of it, yeah. The impact I guess I saw it was having on my parents. And you mentioned, I guess, me talking to him about, the monitoring or the paranoia, and like saying, this is not the case, you just have to, you're just unwell, you just need help, you just have to sort of like listen to the professionals, do what they say. That was part of it. But also, I guess, in regards to, I guess my parents, I think the issue was that I was trying to sort of reason with delusions, and at the time I didn't really understand what that meant. But you I thought I could, I guess. So I tried to do that. And it sort of just ends up becoming a cycle of the same thing and over again.
And if we see the end of paragraph 52 on the next page, please, of the statement 16, you say that at this time, he didn't always speak about them in much detail. I think this was the time he became better at masking his illness with my family. He's since, that's what he was saying. And then he told you at paragraph 54, he hadn't taken medication in May 2021. You were worried as a family his mental health was deteriorating, and he told you that he hadn't taken medication for 2 to 3 weeks. Your mother contacted the crisis team with that information, and the information came back that he was fine, in effect, and they didn't think immediate action was needed. Did you know that that was the response to the fact that he hadn't taken medication, and did you think you needed to challenge that?
To challenge the professional
Yes,
response.
the professionals who'd said, in the knowledge that he hadn't been taking the medication as you'd reported it, that the situation was fine. Were you worried about that? Or did you accept it because they were professionals?
More of the latter. I was confused a little bit. And so this was similar to the 11th of July 2020, in that we all started, again, feeling like he might be unwell, and then Mum called crisis. And I guess in July 2020, it required another incident for the crisis, for the services to sort of step in. This was somewhat similar, although we have also incidents in October where sort of more information is shared. But the sort of the signaling that we're receiving all throughout is that, the things that we're sort of worried about or that we're raising aren't really issues because they don't really lead to sort of any action, or they lead to just people telling us he's fine, which goes back to the earlier point that we were making about the whole thing feeling quite episodic and feeling like there's what crisis looks like, or like what acute psychosis or active psychosis looks like. And then everything else in between is sort of fine, regardless of whether, Valdo's hearing voices or not taking medication or expressing strange, saying strange things. But yeah, this was confusing, and I think it really shaped the way that I saw things after this, because, again, we were I was quite confident that he was unwell, and I guess especially him saying that he hadn't taken medication, and he was sounding, I guess, more like he had done prior to May 2020 or July 2020. But then, we were told that he is well. And I remember thinking that, that the assessment that had been done was a proper assessment, if that makes sense. I thought every time we were telling them these things that it was leading to some proper assessment of his mental state, so when they said, no, he's well, you sort of take, okay, I must have it wrong. These things, clearly things don't work in the way that I think they do. Clearly these things that, we're seeing as issues aren't issues, then it must be whatever it is that leads to these episodes. I guess that's the issue. I don't know if that makes sense, but...
If you look at 55, you make reference to he had driven to your parents' house in July and in August, but he refused to enter the house. And you explain, if we go to page 17, at the time you thought he was being paranoid, somewhat like a conspiracy theory, as opposed to seeing it as a symptom of his illness, and that he was actively psychotic. And you remember, if we go further down, getting really annoyed as I had this view that I should be able to reason through his symptoms, and I saw it as him just not listening to me and being selfish. After those visits, that's July, August 2021, you were angry with him due to my lack of understanding, didn't see his behaviour in the context of an illness, but as someone who was being inconsiderate. And your contact with him reduced significantly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Third admission, paragraph 57. Were you aware of what's happened, the attack on the police officers when they came to conduct the mental health assessment and to support it. What did you know about that at the time?
I think I knew, I knew that there had been some involvement with the police. I think it was, I think I knew that he had resisted arrest whilst being taken into custody. I think that's what I remember.
When did you first see the body-worn video footage of that event?
Oh, in the inquiry.
Mm-hmm. Did it shock you, surprise you?
Yeah, I guess it is shocking in a lot of ways. It's I guess surprising in a way. The sort of I guess calmness and then how everything sort of kicks off, and I guess, you know, now I guess I'm much more familiar with psychosis and what it can look like. It sort of explains how previously the sort of us thinking that, you know, when he's, you know, able to reason with us or able to talk to us, for example, in the July 2021, when he's, you know, sounding not as disordered as he previously did, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not psychotic. So yeah, I guess it shows that psychosis can look like harmless, but
He's quite quietly spoken, isn't he? And speaks, can sound calm. Is that what you're saying? He'd sound calm when he may not be.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, it just alerted me to the fact that, like, that psychosis doesn't necessarily look a specific way, or I guess it confirmed what I've since found out about psychosis and how it can present in people, and how it might not always be obvious that someone is floridly psychotic, but they might be.
Were you aware that Dr. Cedar had said to him in 2020 you could end up killing someone?
No. I think we only found that out when we got the medical notes.
If we look at paragraph 60, I felt more and more defeated because of my lack of understanding about his illness. I also felt frustrated, genuinely felt pretty hopeless, and it would all end by VC taking his own life. Why did you think that's how it would end?
Yeah, by this point, and you know, even in the sort of July 2021, I felt convinced that this couldn't end well. I had it in my, because of what he said in 2020, that he, I guess that he had contemplated suicide, even though at that point he had, it felt like he had got through that tough moment. I guess I've always had that in the back of my mind. And I was convinced I couldn't see this ending well at all.
In January 2022, you tell us at paragraph 66 that your mum told you he'd had an altercation with a flatmate. In fact, at 68, VC had told her that he had a fight with a housemate. Did you have any detail about that? Were you informed about the detail of that?
I don't think so. And I think, I thought it was like an altercation with a flatmate. I wasn't sure whether it was related to a psychotic incident of sorts or whether it was something else. Yeah, I guess it was a general theme. By the time sort of mum gets to find out something, it's usually gone through a few people already, or so even the information that she gets can sometimes be a little bit lacking in detail. And also, I think a lot of the time people just weren't allowed to tell her things.
And paragraph 71, the contact between September 2021 and 2022, November 22, was limited. Some contact by phone, but you didn't see each other. How much contact by phone, roughly, would you have had around then?
So between September 21 and 2022. I'm not sure. I guess previously we might have been speaking, I guess, more weekly. This was, yeah, I'm not sure I could say. But yeah, as I say that, it was, yeah, my lack of understanding of his illness. I thought I could, reason with what was happening to him, and obviously, like I said before, you can't reason with psychosis. You can't reason with delusional beliefs or paranoid delusions in this sense. But it wasn't something that I understood at the time, and also, I was saying this earlier, but I was convinced he was going to take his life, and part of this, I guess I can say more confidently looking back, but part of this was a defense mechanism on my part of dealing with the loss ahead of time, if that makes sense. Like I thought that, explain this to people, but every time Mum called me during that period, I thought that court was going to be it, and I just found it really hard. There's a sense of hopelessness that comes with a lot of this. Because you sort of feel like, you pass on information, or you don't know what's going on, or all the signaling that you're sort of receiving from services is that essentially, unless something happens, nothing changes. So then it's either we wait for something to happen, or I try to sort of convince Valdo to engage with services or to try to reason with him, and you can't. That's not possible. So it leads to frustration, and it leads to this like none of this can ever be fixed sort of feeling that we just have to wait and then hope that whatever happens isn't bad. But I was convinced. I couldn't see another way out. And yeah, I didn't know what to do about it. I felt powerless.
In September 2022, after he graduated, he told you he'd moved to Coventry and found an engineering job. It doesn't give you an address. By this point, have you just accepted you're not going to know where he's living? He's not even in that city as it happens, so doesn't appear to be the case, does it? So how much did you rely on anything he said to you at that point?
I guess in terms of relying on it, I guess you rely on it because it sort of makes sense that he would move for a job in some ways. And we didn't know his address, not by lack of trying with Mum. But yeah, it's in some ways you come to accept it. There was a sense of like, this is just how things are now, that he's really paranoid, but that's just the way things are now, and he won't tell us exactly what he's doing for whatever reason, but yeah, it is what it is.
You saw him once in 2022, paragraph 78 of your statement, the 5th of November when you were in Birmingham. Can you just tell us about that?
Yeah, so we were going to a concert, and because I guess of his paranoia with my sister and safety, he said she wouldn't be safe at the concert. Initially, he thought that she'd be going on her own. So yeah, he travelled, and because he had lived in Birmingham before, whilst my sister and I went to the concert, he stayed with Mum, and he was just sort of acting on his paranoia, and remember I guess we all tried to reason with him in the build up to this, like it's okay, we're safe, you don't need to, but I guess in some ways it was good that we saw him, but Yeah.
Chair, we've been going for an hour and a half, probably time for the
Yes.
afternoon break.
All right, so shall we start again at half past, sorry. Yes.
In Christmas 2022, when you were staying with your parents, you spoke to VC on the phone. You tell us this at paragraph 79. And he said he had some research to support his theories around government interference. By then you had a typical back and forth about how his beliefs could not be real, but he said he wanted to send us research. You told him you wouldn't read it, and he sent it your parents. So if we can have a look, please, at Inky 3, page 5. 2 zip files were sent. And if we have page 5 on the screen, this is the inquiry legal team document setting out that they were sent to your parents, and then read me first, page 6. Page 6 at the bottom. From the beginning, it was clear that what was happening was some kind of communication that obviously required technology. There's a system communicating in my mind. Initially, I had no information about the nature of this technology. Page 7. Who the operators were or their intentions. I now have some information. I want you to understand this because although the type of experience I've had in recent years is not common, there are several other identical cases. Apart from that, technology interacts with the entire population. This is part of what I mean by greater experience. If we go to page 16, please. Three-page document, bottom of page 16. Complaint to the FBI. If we go to page 17, you'll have seen this subsequently in the proceedings. If we can have the whole page as one, page 17, please, just leave it like that. This will be familiar to you. Letter refers to equipment, not a conspiracy theory, real-life situation, speaks about Navy Yard shootings, etc. We know, of course, as you've now seen through the inquiry on his phone, New Zealand shooting, Buffalo, New York, live stream shooting, etc. Did he ever discuss that he was viewing material of that nature with you?
No, he never discussed that. But sorry, this...
This is the document, the files that were sent to your parents and then subsequently to you on the morning of the attacks. Did he ever discuss the kind of contents of this document? You've presumably seen this document as we've taken various witnesses to it.
This particular document, no. Of course, he had mentioned things around technology, I guess, since 2020.
Yes.
But not this particular document. But sorry, I was just trying to figure out what... So this is because as I understand it, this is a letter that he found from someone else describing this event? Or?
This is a 3-page document headed that he sent in the zip files to your parents, yes. So yes, he's setting out what somebody else has said there, but we know that he is looking at this kind of material, the shootings. So did he discuss looking at shootings or this kind of extreme material with you at any time?
No, he did not.
So when that came through in the zip files, you... If we go to page 20, in this zip file, topics ranging from crop circles being potentially product of microwave weapons. This is the kind of stuff he's looking at. And looking at animals in the context of mutilated corpse in conjunction with crop circles, this type of stuff. Did he ever mention this material or similar stuff?
I guess maybe the technology side of things, well, not the specific technology side of things, but not in this exact context. Of course, he had mentioned wanting to, thinking of there was some sort of artificial intelligence that could, I guess, do something that might be related to this, I guess more in terms of maybe paragraph 55, but not these specific things, no.
That can come down, please. And if we go to your statement, please, page 23, so paragraphs 82, 83 and 84, the events of the 12th and the 13th of June, you hadn't had contact with him, we see at paragraph 83, since December 2022, and then he called you at 11:50 a.m. on the 12th of June. You missed that call because you were at work at the time. And when he phoned again at 7:09 p.m, you were able to answer the call and spoke for about 44 minutes. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So tell us about that call and what you deduced about where he was, what he was doing and what was happening.
Yeah, I guess in order, at some point there was an announcement, a train announcement saying this train will be arriving at Blackfriars. So I guess I knew he was in London at that time. But yeah, the phone call was mostly about the zip files that you were just talking about. Yeah, I guess well, before this point, most of the conversations that I had with Valdo were around this sort of circular nature of him wanting to convince our family that the things that were happening to him were to do with technology and not anything else. So in many ways, it was a conversation that we had had many times before. But yeah, he was trying to basically convince me throughout the entire conversation to read the zip files, that he wanted to send them to me, and yeah, that I should read it.
If we scroll down the screen, please, paragraph 84, he said something like, "This will be the last time I'll talk to you. After this, I will leave you alone." What did you understand that to be saying?
Yeah, I thought that it was just like, after this, I won't bother you anymore. Like, just listen to me now, and then, you don't have to deal with this. Yeah, it was more of a, or I felt it was a, partly because we hadn't been speaking for a while, that he was saying, just listen, and, and then I won't bother you again. At least, yeah, especially the tone in which he said it made it sound like that. So.
What was the tone?
It was a very, like, almost like an offhanded comment. It was more, I want you to focus on me, so, if you're worried about, not wanting to listen to this, just like, this will be the last time I'll tell you about this stuff, and then I'll leave you alone.
In the police statement that you gave at the time, you can have it on the screen if you like, NGPF 00027773, page 1. Bottom paragraph tells you, "I'll send you the files that I sent to Mum and Dad at Christmas. I know what's happening is real. Agreed he could send me the documents. He believes MI6 are listening to him." He sounded calm and fine. He's had psychotic incidents and he sounded different then, but yesterday he was calm, but the stuff he was saying wasn't fine. I felt he just wanted to say what he wanted to get out, and I didn't interrupt him. I just let him talk.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, there's I guess a lot of content in that call that didn't make it onto the statement, but.
If we go to the next page, page 2, you say, "I said maybe he needed help and medication. I discussed with him that I thought he might be ill, as I've thought this since 2020. Did you say that to him? He might need some help and medication?
Yeah, but a lot of the conversation was this sort of back and forth. This is real. Me saying, no, you're just unwell, you just need help. And him saying, no, it's the technology. And me saying, no, you just have to, listen to the professionals, do what they say, take the medication. And him saying, no, this is real, this is technology, they're after me. That sort of, the same circular sort of conversations that we'd been having for the previous years. So yeah, I remember explaining this to the detectives that came to take my statement, and it took a while to get started because I was saying all of these things and they were looking at me like I was crazy, and they were just like, well, what do you mean you were saying this? And I was trying to explain to them, he's unwell, he's ill, he's been ill since 2020. He's saying these weird things, and they were like, well, none of that makes any sense. That's so weird. And I'm like, yes, I know, but it's because he's ill, and I guess at the time I was trying to sort of convince him that this isn't a terrorist incident, that he's just unwell, and I guess they needed to listen to me.
If we look at, he rang at 04:52 hours, further down this statement. He rang you again, didn't he, and said, did you get the documents? This will be the last time I speak to you. Take the family out of the country. Is that right? That's what you have in the statement there.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
What did you say when he said that?
I asked him, he asked me whether I'd read the documents, because he sent me the documents after I'd gone to sleep, and then he woke me up at 4:52. Yeah, sorry, it's on the screen now. Yeah. And asked me, did I get the documents? And I said, sorry, like, what do you mean? Like, I was just woken up. I was a little bit confused as to what he was talking about. He was saying, I've sent you the documents, you have to read them. And then he carried on speaking. Last time I'll speak to you. And I asked, are you going to do something stupid, thinking in terms of suicide? And he said, it's already done, and then just hang up like that.
What did you make by it's already done? And you'll appreciate that the prosecution relied on that in the case to convey that he understood he'd done something wrong when he said it's already done.
I thought, I initially thought that, especially, I guess, that phone call, him, saying, I think he said, in between these things, he said, I love you. This would be the last time I speak to you. Like, it felt much more like a goodbye, and the tone was very different. Well, I say very different, was different from the phone call the night before. So, I guess in the moment, with my fears of him wanting to commit suicide, with what he said the previous night of, if I end up in hospital, don't come and see me, which at the time I thought, was just a strange comments, like the strange comments that he'd made in the past. I thought when he's saying these things, he was going to commit suicide, which is why I asked, are you going to do something stupid? And then when he says it's already done, I still have that in my head, and I think I messaged him a few times saying, you have to think about, dad and mum, if you do something, like how they will feel, and I'm trying to get his attention. I thought it was relating to suicide. I remember speaking to the detectives that I was a little bit confused after a while, in terms of him saying, it's already done, and me thinking, well, maybe he took something, maybe it's something else, and not really knowing how to square that. But I was just worried in general and trying to figure out what happened.
We see at 4:58, as it is on the screen, you send the message, you're going to have to think about what will happen to our parents if you do something stupid. Mm-hmm. If you do something stupid, him having said he's already done something, wasn't it more relevant to say, what have you done?
Yeah, but it shows you how, I guess, I'm still thinking in terms of him doing something or doing something to himself.
Did you ask him where he was, given he was saying these things?
At this point, I was trying to call him. I called him a few times, and I was trying to get his attention. So I guess because the previous night he called me about the documents, I tried to open them, and I couldn't open them because the file was corrupted. It was incomplete, if you will. Mm-hmm. I was trying to reach him, if that makes sense.
We see there where you were trying to contact him, at the times you were trying to contact him. You also, going back to your inquiry statement, called your mum after speaking to him at 4:52 as you were worried, but she was at work.
Yes, yeah.
And what were you worried about in this period?
Him. Again, I have this long-standing belief that he would kill himself, and I was worried that this was it, and...
Given the earlier events of violence that you knew about in the hospital, leading to him going into hospital, also with the police officer at the very least, And no doubt you've learnt about other incidents here, have you, in the inquiry? Did you know about the Avato events, for example?
No.
But given about the ones you did know, that he had been originally sectioned arising from barging into a neighbour's flat, someone jumping out of a window, and the resisting arrest as you described that, weren't you worried at this point that there was violence towards others involved, not simply himself?
I guess I associated all those incidents with Valdo in crisis. And yeah, I guess it's very apparent that it became much harder for us to tell when he was in crisis. The point I was making earlier about him being very calm prior to the 3rd of September incident is me sort of appreciating now that something that I didn't appreciate then, that calmness does not necessarily mean not psychotic or not in crisis. But yeah, I think largely in part because when I'd spoken to him the night before, as far as I was aware, there had been none of the, I guess, hallmarks that I'd associated with a crisis of 2020 and July, or even, I guess, when I had thought he was in crisis in May 2021, but apparently, according to the professionals, he wasn't.
If we go to page 3, please. This statement. At approximately 8:30, we see at the top paragraph, I checked Twitter for the news. I guess because I thought something, this is your police statement, had happened. I went to work 9:40 hours, rechecked Twitter and saw an update from Nottinghamshire Police about Ilkeston Road. When you write, I guess because I had thought something had happened, and you're checking Twitter, what would you be checking Twitter for?
So yeah, this is unfortunately condensing a lot of information, and missing a lot of information. But yeah, before that, I thought he was, I thought he had been in London before, but he had gone back home to Coventry. So I was trying to figure out how, if I could contact, considering contacting Coventry Police and maybe filing a missing persons report. I remember going onto the website, and it was, I think the wording suggested that waiting, or use this form if you haven't heard or seen someone in 24 hours.
Shall we have on the screen, instead of this document, WITN 0087001, page 25, which sets out paragraph 90. Didn't contact anyone else at the time. Googled Coventry Police Station online for information about what to do over the page. Page 26, please, if you were concerned about someone. Sorry, continue. You were explaining that.
Yeah, I think I was looking through the form and I didn't really know how to fill it. I didn't know exactly where he was or what he was wearing. I didn't feel like I had enough information to fill that properly. And also the 24 hours thing confused me a little bit. Given that I couldn't get hold of him, I remember checking Coventry local news, but it was very early at the time, so there was nothing there anyways. And then I started checking Twitter to see if anything had come up, if he had turned up somewhere, because Twitter moves quicker than the news. I remember looking at Coventry, couldn't see anything, and then eventually, I think when I was at work, I saw Nottingham trending, and literally in big bold letters. And I started looking at it at first out of curiosity. Obviously, I associate Nottingham with Valdo, and I looked at it out of curiosity. Lots of chat about, potential terrorist incident in Nottingham, police involved, city cordoned off. I guess you start to sort of. At first, I thought, there's no way this is related, but, I carried on looking at it partly out of curiosity, but, maybe initially out of worry as well, subconsciously, I don't know. And then, eventually I came across, I think they updated, the Nottinghamshire police released an update, and they mentioned an incident occurring at Ilkeston Road, and I remembered that Valdo had lived on Ilkeston Road, I think in his second year of university. So again, that's another association that I made with it. And I think I realized the timings eventually, and I thought it matched up the timings for my phone call with him. And then they eventually, I think they gave a description of Valdo. Sorry, they gave a description, of the person at the point. I guess no one knew it was Valdo. They said, I think he had dreadlocks or something like that. And I remember I'm at work worried, and I was even thinking, do I message Mum and ask her, like, how long was Valdo's hair when we last saw him, just in case, that fits the description. But
that can come down now. Thank you. So, different question. When he was in Birmingham studying, did you go and visit him there ever? He was doing the access course.
No, I don't think I did. I think I would have been in uni myself.
Did you know where he lived in Birmingham?
I don't think I did, no.
Did you know ever where he was living in Nottingham?
Yeah, I sent him some... Part of the reason why I remembered him living in Ilkeston Road is because I'd send him, a book that I would buy him or something like that, or send him something. And
when he first left home and was living and working at the college, did you see him then very much?
All the time, yeah. He basically lived at our house and went to sleep somewhere else, but yeah, all the time. So he still worked with Mum every night in the college, and yeah, he would come home a lot of the time on weekdays.
So when did you effectively start to see him less? When he moved off and started studying in Birmingham?
Yeah, because obviously he was away, yeah.
And when he was in Nottingham, likewise, at university, 2017, 2018. So you went your separate ways when he left home, as it were. Physically went separate ways.
Yeah, physically, but yeah, always keeping in touch. Regularly saw each other at Christmas.
Over text and phone, but not in person.
Yeah, not as much, yeah. And then, we'd see each other over holidays usually when he'd come home.
The NICE guidance relating to psychosis refers to the fact that first episode psychosis, it's suggested to assess for PTSD and reactions to trauma, because people with psychosis or schizophrenia are likely to have experienced previous adverse events or trauma associated with the development of the psychosis or as a result of the psychosis itself. Just looking at VC's background, are you aware of any trauma that he endured in his background?
I don't think so. I was under the impression that his psychosis, at least in the first episode, was more triggered by stresses with uni work and I guess COVID in general. That I guess was a really stressful period, and isolation and sleep deprivation. I think he wasn't sleeping quite a lot prior to that.
When you moved to Wales and you both went to school, he moved a couple of years down, didn't he, because of the language difficulties. We know from the documents that at age 28, his life wasn't where he'd have liked it to have been. We've seen those in the inquiry. That period of time when he was learning English for the first time at school, with children younger than him, that can be quite stigmatising. You'll feel it, can't it?
Quite stigmatising?
Quite stigmatising, being older than other people in your class. Do you think you found that difficult, learning in that context?
I think the only thing I remember it is that I think it might have knocked his confidence a little bit. And he... Yeah, I think at that stage, because he was, I guess, 16 or 17, he might have felt... I guess there's a little bit of a difference in maturity, even though there's only a two-year age gap there. I'm not sure he would have said it was stigmatizing. I think maybe you have more social difficulties. One of them being having to learn a new language, adapt to a new way of life, a new place completely. different, I guess, I'm not sure how to describe it, social,
Sounds like he didn't have much of a social life with friends, doesn't it, through his time at Nottingham earlier? Did you ever see evidence of good friends or people that he socialised with?
He did, maybe not as much as he did when he was in Portugal, but he did. I think you are right in a way, because I mean, I guess it's a pretty difficult situation in general, moving to a new country, but also having to learn a new language. I guess moving back in school, although he wasn't that bothered about being moved back in school, I think he was still fine with that. And I guess it kind of knocks his confidence a little bit, because he's not as good in general academically, because he's got to get to grips with the language. But yeah, he one of the things that I definitely remember was that because he was really good at football, there was like a sense of like popularity in school. I would get like young kids being like, "Oh, you're Valdo's brother," coming to me in school, because I guess during lunchtimes he would just go into the AstroTurf and like play football with people and do tricks and stuff like that. And I guess young boys are easily impressed in that regard. But
you say in your statement at paragraph 9, we don't need it on the screen, he struggled with boundaries when he was younger and wanted more independence. Did that struggle manifest itself in any anger or arguments within the home, either with his mum, his dad, with you?
I'm not sure. Much anger. I do remember some arguments, especially around, going to church, not wanting to go to church, and stuff like that. Although even that, I'm not sure went on for that long. But yeah, I think especially at the age that he was when this sort of thing was happening, it's the sort of age that, because I guess he got moved back 2 years in school, and honestly quite like formative years, that it's, coming of age, you're a teenager, you want more independence anyways. And then sort of by the time he moved home, he was 19. That's the sort of age where you would go to university anyways. And there's a lot of people tend to move out at that age, and you sort of start moving on your own feet, if that makes sense. I think it was just a sense of wanting to be independent that could sometimes lead to friction, although
You called the police out to the family home once yourself, didn't you, when you were 13?
Yes, yeah.
And what was that about?
So yeah, this is an incident. I kind of forgotten about it until we were told that it was going to be brought up in the inquiry. So I had to remind myself, I guess, a little bit from what was said, but I had an argument with my dad about doing the dishes. I think I was, to be honest, being a little bit of a
You were 13.
Spoiled brat, yeah. And I wanted to. I thought I was playing on the. I wanted to play video games, and I had to do my chores essentially. I think it was a weekday. And yeah, it ended up eventually. I think. I remember mouthing off to my dad and swearing at him, and like not wanting to do the dishes and not wanting to help. And then there was, I think I might have even pushed him, and there was some sort of struggle, and I think he might have like scratched me or something like that. And then I was very, very, I wanted to get back at him, and then I ended up calling the police as a,
Indeed, we
to get back at him.
We have the note, both of you gave the same version of events, an argument over doing the washing up. Your father had taken hold of you to calm him down, struggle ensued, father's fingernail had scraped your face, causing a slight scratch.
Yeah, I think it was, the thing I remember the most about that actually is just feeling embarrassed after and feeling ashamed that I'd done it, because it was pretty like wild overreaction. I was like, I mean, why did I do that? I guess I was angry in the moment and wanting to get back at my dad, but.
As far as your brother was concerned, any episodes like that or events like that?
No, and for that one, I think Valdo wasn't even home. I think he was at work.
No, I'm not suggesting he was. I meant at other times when he was at home and living at home. Was there anything like that?
Anything
between your brother and your father?
No, nothing like that. I think actually that the thing that I'm most worried about is the fact that that in itself is kind of being, I guess, quote unquote, investigated in the inquiry, if that makes sense. Because I thought that incident would be, I guess, completely irrelevant to Valdo, if that makes sense. If you know, we're trying to figure out what happened on the 13th of June in 2023. Part of me is confused as to why it is that it's being, quote unquote, investigated, if that makes sense.
What was the significance of the name Adam Mendes as far as you're concerned? Do you know why he wanted to be known as Adam Mendes?
I think he was sort of experiencing, I guess, quite dissociative symptoms from what he told us after, in terms of the voices telling him Valdo had died, that he was sort of theirs, that the technology had sort of taken over and he was a new person and he wasn't Valdo anymore. So I think I think it was him experiencing quite dissociative symptoms and feeling almost like he wasn't the same person and needed to have a new name to recognize that.
In terms of when he stayed in London, did you know the friend that he was staying at in London? Did you know the name of that person, Bill Montero? Did you know?
I didn't know he had stayed with a friend in London at the time. I didn't know what he was doing in London.
So you weren't seeing him and you weren't really aware of who his friends were really in the end? So you were visiting him and seeing him with his friends?
No.
Just briefly, we know following the police visiting and speaking to your parents on the 14th of June, you complained about how information had been provided and whether it had been leaked to the press by the police, didn't you?
Yes, yeah.
And the police investigated that and found no misconduct or said it wasn't as a consequence of the police, is that right?
Yes, yeah, that was their finding.
Yeah, and the IOPC, I think, didn't engage with it.
Further. Yeah. It was one of our concerns very early on. I think I mentioned it to the detectives on the 15th, so the day after they saw us, because people had been turning up at some addresses that we'd provided to them.
For relatives and generally.
Yeah, and then on the 16th there was an article on in the Telegraph that had a lot of the information, or had information that we felt was the information that we'd provided them on the 14th. So yeah, there was a worry in that regard.
Can I ask you briefly about the CQC report as well, please? CQCM 0013534, page 3. You were interviewed for the purposes of the report. And can we just look, page 3. You highlighted various points the family had concerns with. The first one, lack of formal diagnosis beyond the first episode of psychosis. The family did not think VC was ever told of his diagnosis. VC once mentioned someone at Darlington who suggested had paranoid schizophrenia. The family now know there has always been a formal diagnosis that existed. So is that right, in fact, that VC mentioned someone at Darlington? That's Signet, and we've heard from Dr. Sholikova.
Yes, yeah.
Can you remember now, does that trigger your memory whether VC mentioned anyone?
Sorry, so I'm saying that after the events, after, I guess, this would have been after he was in Ashworth.
Okay, don't worry, I don't need to ask you about that.
That's what I mean.
Understood. If we go, please, to the third bullet point, constant theme where VC was able to mask his symptoms enough that he was not taken seriously. Can you see there? He was always able to convince medical staff he was okay, even when he wasn't. Constant theme, VC able to mask his symptoms enough that he was not taken seriously. Yes, yeah. And then you say the next point was his ability to appeal his hospital stay. What were you saying about the appeals? What was your concern about his ability to do that?
So by this point, we thought, so during the third admission, because he had been discharged without mum being told and her having to call the hospital and finding out on the day that he'd been discharged randomly, I guess we thought that the reason why he had been discharged without mum being told is because he'd appealed it. So that was just us acting on information that, you know, I think got a bit muddled up, but we thought that it was the fact that he'd appealed to leave hospital that meant that he got discharged.
Thank you. Those are my questions. There'll be a few more.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Malone.
Mr. Calocane, did you, during the period January 2020 to June 2023, would you speak to your mother regularly on the phone?
Yes, yeah, probably, yeah.
And did you see her quite regularly?
Well, during that period it was difficult because a lot of that was COVID anyways.
Okay. But in terms of phone contact, once a week, more?
It might have depended. I think, again, during some of the COVID periods, there might have been more contact. Yeah. Maybe her being more worried, or us in general being more worried. I think I remember around COVID times, people in general were just, I guess, more appreciative of.
As you came out of COVID, did you see her regularly then?
Say that again, sorry?
As you came out of, as we came out of COVID, because this is January 20 to June 23, would you see her regularly then? You've seen your family?
Mostly at holidays, yeah. Easter, Christmas. One of the issues was living quite far away. The train journey from where I lived to where my parents lived could be quite long, and it was a bit difficult, and also quite an expensive train ticket as well, so it added some difficulties in that regard.
Yeah. Now, we've heard that you were concerned about your brother taking his own life. Were your mother and father similarly concerned about your brother taking his own life during that period of 2020 to 2023?
Sorry, are you asking me if they were concerned?
Yeah, did you get that impression?
Did I get that impression at the time? About them being specifically concerned about him taking his own life?
Yep.
I'm not sure I got that impression specifically. I knew that they were concerned about him.
Yeah. Can I ask you that we put up TCLT 40115, please? And if we could go to page 73, please. And this is your mother being asked questions. And the second question down. So what was your fear in terms of him not getting adequate treatment? What was it you imagined was going to be the outcome? The outcome, the police will knock my door and say, we found Valdo dead somewhere. That was the outcome. This is beyond anything I could ever imagine what Valdo does to somebody else. That he would harm himself. That's what you were worried about, yes. Were you not aware of that at the time during the course of January 2020 to June 2023 at any time that your mother was worried about that?
I think I might have suspected it.
Right. Can I ask you about your father?
Could I just answer if that's possible?
Yeah, certainly, but you say you might have suspected it. You said that you didn't have any thoughts about it before I showed you that passage. You might have suspected it. In what way did you suspect it?
Well, because my mum is a worrier. She worries about these sort of things in general. So
she worries about her son committing suicide in general.
She worries about her children in general, which might include when her son is acutely psychotic and very unwell, and when she's passing on information to services and nothing is being done.
Can we go to page?
Outcome might happen.
Can we go to page 74, please, to see what your father says about this?
Go for it.
And down to the bottom, please. Do you agree, was that your worst fear, talking about suicide again? Yes. And your father says just 4 years. They all knew we should expect 4 years. It's 4 years. And so were you aware that your father was expecting to hear of your brother's suicide during the course of that time?
I think part of the issue is that we all individually had this fear, but it's very difficult. I found it very difficult to vocalize this and to talk about it in general. Part of the issue is that with things like this, I don't know, there's a fear of if you speak it, it becomes real, and then you have to speak with that eventuality. And also, like, I was so convinced of it that I didn't know how to tell Mum, who was already so worried about it, who was, I guess, throughout COVID, having to deal with the manicness of it all and seeing death all the time and being worried in general and being really worried about us. I just didn't know how to do it. And we've spoken about this since. We all individually had this fear, but we all had both the fear that Valdo would take his own life and also the fear of talking about it, of bringing that up.
Right. You've told the chair this afternoon that every time you rang up, you were fearing that you were going to be told that Valdo had taken his life every time you spoke to your parents.
Genuinely, every time the phone rang, I thought this was going to be it. And yeah, it's a pretty horrible feeling in that regard, but that's correct.
So we heard that you first understood that your brother was contemplating suicide in April 2020.
That's correct, yes.
And when did you first tell your mother that your brother was contemplating suicide?
I didn't tell. That's kind of what I was saying earlier, that I struggled with the idea. I struggled with speaking to her about it. I struggled with vocalizing it in general.
So you never told your mother that your brother was contemplating suicide. When did you first tell your father that your brother was contemplating suicide?
Similar answer.
Yeah, and that was because of fear for them?
I guess a mixture of fear for them, fear for myself, fear of it, if that makes sense. It's, I have to be honest, in general, that it's a little bit difficult me answering some of your questions in good faith, because there's a lot of context to this interaction that I think a lot of people won't realize, but that you and I realize in terms of your instructions towards me, but which does make it a little bit difficult. But I will try.
Well, shall I just ask questions and you answer the questions? The reason you're concerned about his suicide was when that's why you thought he was contemplating suicide on the 12th of June 2023, isn't it? And the 13th of June 2023.
On the 13th of June specifically, yes.
And that's why you didn't ring the police?
Well,
if you thought he was going to hurt somebody else, you'd have called the police. Sorry,
Mr.
I'm just conscious of the time.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed the question now because you moved on so quickly. But
if you thought he was going to hurt somebody else, you'd have called the police in the early hours of the 13th of June 2023, wouldn't you?
Of course, yes, yeah.
You say that the source of your concern was an exchange between you on the 12th of April 2020. He never said anything on any other occasion to you about self-harm, did he?
Yeah, that conversation and speaking on the phone in that regard about that event, yeah.
So it's the text messages and speaking to him on the phone?
Yes, that's
so far as those text messages are concerned, you say in your first statement, you describe at page 5 of your statement about how that happened. And then if we could go to the document, please, the 2527 document you've been taken to today, NGPF 302527, and to page 17. And this is the 12th of April 2020. That previous night I felt immense anguish, paranoia, anger, hatred. When at 6 minutes past 2 this afternoon, you were asked about that, all you referred to was anguish. Why not mention anger and hatred as the things that have been spoken to you about in that text message?
Because I guess that's what I remember the most, especially when I spoke to him about it.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's probably it.
The words prayer and praying is nowhere to be seen in that passage, are they? In that passage from him?
Maybe not, although this is a conversation in the context of religion and understanding this in terms of religion.
Well, you're talking about religion, but he doesn't say that he's crying out to God at any point in that document either, does he?
Possibly not. I guess with him asking me about faith and reconciling faith and intelligence and wanting to understand these events, with regards to faith, I guess I thought it was implied. Maybe he didn't message it. He didn't talk about it here, but yeah.
And paragraph 19 of your statement, first statement, page 5, you said that he'd experienced dark thoughts and wanting to hurt himself permanently. It doesn't mention in there hurting himself, does it?
Yeah, I guess I thought it was implied.
Right.
I think it was the first time I understood that these messages could be read differently, I think was when Miss Langdale was talking to Professor Blackwood, and she said, thoughts of wanting to hurt other people permanently. And I immediately thought, it's just a mistake. He's clearly talking about himself there.
You say, in your second statement, just 8 days ago, at page 5, paragraph 24, you say, I spoke to Valdo afterwards about this, and he told me that he'd been contemplating suicide. So the message has further made sense in that context. This is the conversation summarised at pages 19 to 20 of the document. So we hear that now in the statement of the 5th of May. So if we could go to that conversation that's on page 19 and 20 of this document. We read there, we then spoke on the phone, and I can't remember a lot of it as I didn't write it down at the time, but he expressed concerns about the monitoring. Seemed as though a specific person in his apartment was involved. He mentioned confronting them and denying it and was acting innocently. I explained that, again, the technology and so on, we've been through it. So you choose to mention in there the concern about the monitoring. A specific person in his apartment was involved. He went to confront them. They denied it and acted innocently. And then technology would be extremely advanced. You made a joke about NSA or GCHQ, and then you got a text saying, don't tell anybody else. Included all of that, but the mention of self-harm is not there. And why not?
I think partly because it was already in the text messages as far as I saw it. I guess maybe the start of that should say we spoke about the previous conversation and this here. Also because I think this is new information that wasn't in the text messages. I thought that the text messages were pretty self-explanatory. I only read them in the context of suicide, so I assumed everyone else would read them in the same way.
And you said in your statement 8 days ago that the information was given openly for the benefit of Dr. Cedar and his team to aid them in understanding Valdo's condition so he could receive the best treatment. But you make no mention of him contemplating taking his own life when this was about ensuring that Valdo could receive the best treatment. Why is that?
That's kind of the point I was trying to make. If I read those messages as Valdo saying, I want to kill myself, or I wanted to kill myself, then my assumption is that everyone else will read it in that regard. And so I think actually it would be a little bit more sus if I did it the other way around. Could you imagine if I read those messages as Valdo saying, I want to commit suicide, and then I say, oh, by the way, Dr. Cedar, the messages where I think Valdo's saying, I want to commit suicide, mean that Valdo was saying, I want to commit suicide, because he told me. Do you see what I mean? It's a little bit
in that summary of the conversation there, why didn't you say he again repeated that he wanted to commit suicide?
I'm not sure. I just thought in general, and I guess maybe this is how I also approached my first witness statement, is that I thought the text messages could only be read in that way. So in my head, I am passing that concern on because in my head, Valdo is saying quite clearly in those messages, I want to commit suicide. So I thought that would be enough. But
Yep. Just quickly with red rum, why didn't you ask him what he meant when he said red rum?
I didn't think I didn't think it meant anything that I needed to ask about. I think, as I was trying to say to Miss Langdale earlier on, I thought that whole conversation was in terms of him saying that he'd had a really difficult moment, a really dark moment, and was coming out of the other side of it and trying to understand that moment in terms of faith and giving it, I guess, another example of like, oh, I was just having thoughts about this other thing about having a drink or something like that. And now I have this sort of newfound appreciation for life.
Yeah. Paragraph 28 of your second statement, you didn't mention this to Miss Langdale. I have some recollection of thinking it might have been referring to him saying he'd been thinking about having a drink. Is that right?
Yeah, I have some recollection of that. But what I don't know is whether I thought of that as I read the messages initially or after I'd gone through them again and I was writing the document for Dr.
Did you ask him about why alcohol featured in his thoughts at a time of this turmoil, given that he wasn't a drinker?
again, if I thought about it as I was writing the document, he was in hospital, so I guess I wouldn't have been able to do that. Although, I mean, he wasn't a drinker, but he also wasn't a person that had, I guess, suicidal thoughts. So in that regard, yeah, I guess he might have been speaking about, you know, something that I guess was dark, and I thought the point was that he was thinking about something else, and now out of nowhere, he's got this sort of newfound appreciation.
And you're clear that it should be clear to anybody in that passage that he's talking about suicide?
Sorry, the whole conversation is about suicide. I don't know how red rum fits into that. I understand that that's confusing. I'm not going to tell you that red rum specifically means about suicide, but the conversation is about suicide. That's all I can tell you. So,
when he rang you on the 13th of June 2013 at 5 in the morning and you thought he was going to kill himself, did you say, "Stay there, Valdo, I'm coming to get you"?
I tried. I'm not sure if he heard what I was saying, but he says it's already done, and he hangs up. Like there's no opportunity to reply. But sorry, stay there. Yeah, I guess I didn't know where there was, but yeah, I just didn't have an opportunity to ask anyways. And then I tried to call him a bunch of times. But.
Yeah, and when you first saw the police, did you say to the police that at that time, looking at it, then it was obviously something different, and that he wasn't talking about suicide when you first saw the police? So
part of that, well, so, I mean, you can see from the messages that I send him that I clearly think he's going to harm himself. Well, I think it's clear, but maybe other people might say it's not clear. So, yeah, I think by the time I spoke to the police, what I was saying is that, because I remember speaking to them about, you know, the possibility of him having taken something, and, you know, as time went on, I was thinking, oh, you know, but, because I even say in the message, you have to think about what will happen if you do something stupid. So there's a sense of me still sort of like being confused about my, I guess, assumption of what was going to happen, and him saying that, and then, yeah, I guess as time gone on of me thinking, okay, maybe there's something else, maybe it's not suicide if he's saying that he's already done it, and a sense of confusion in that regard. But.
And finally, you saw him twice between January 2020 and June 2023. On each occasion, he came to see you rather than you going to visit him. And that was the case, even though you were constantly concerned he was going to kill himself.
Yes, although I think, as I tried to explain to Miss Langdale, that it was partly difficult. Yeah, again, a lot of that time was COVID. I eventually, you know, started to ask him whether he'd want to visit me or whether I could visit him. And as time went on and as he got more and more unwell, he became much less keen on any sort of physical contact. I think part of the reason why he came to see, he didn't sort of come to see me. He came to see my sister because he was concerned for her safety. It was driven more by the paranoia.
That's 5th of November 22.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, as you said, did you effectively give up trying once he decided that he didn't really want to see you?
To go and see him? Well, I knew that my parents had tried and there were difficulties. I think, like I said earlier on, I found it very difficult, and the way I dealt with it was withdrawing. But yeah, and I also must say again, I understand that you have instructions to essentially bully me and my family, but I do find that I find this interaction a little bit strange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calocane.
Ms. Cartwright.
Good afternoon, Mr. Calocane. Mr. Calocane, when Ms. Langdale asked you questions about the police call-out when you were younger, you plainly understand that it does have relevance to the inquiry because each of the psychiatric reports that have been prepared after the attacks, would you agree, childhood experiences are a feature of what the psychiatrists need to look at. So it plainly has relevance to the matters that this inquiry is investigating.
In that regard, but my issue is that that incident has nothing to do with Valdo.
Can we then please just go to the police statement you provided, NGPF 002773. You've already been taken to aspects, but I want to look at page 4 with you, please. And this is the statement you provided to the police on the day of the attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So you told the police this, your brother was raised as a Christian and moved out from age of 19 years, and a year later on he moved to Birmingham. He rejected religion and said he was anti-God. He had issues with my dad, arguing and not wanting to live by my dad's rules. I thought something would happen involving him due to his reluctance to seek help for this mental health, but just felt that something yesterday, it was different. Although he never said what he had done or what he was going to do, I guess when he said it's already done, told me that something had happened and not suicide. And so would you agree that was the account that you gave to the police, that when he said it's already done, that related to something that had happened rather than the account you're seeking to give today, that you thought it related to suicide or self-harm?
I understand that that's how it's written, but I don't know. I think it might be a little bit misleadingly noted down. I think, and again, even if you look at the messages that I sent to Valdo after that, I think they do show my confusion as to thinking that something had happened. And there's something that he was talking about suicide and potentially even having taken something. And I remember speaking to the detectives about this. I guess it just didn't make it into the statement. But yeah, sorry. Is yours? Sorry, yeah, carry on.
I think you've answered the question. I'm not going to go over the issues between Valdo and your father. Mm-hmm. But can we then move on?
Can I? But maybe it is perhaps.
Well, I've got very little. Sorry, I've got very little time. So can I please just ask my questions? Uh-huh. And I want to deal with the messages that had passed between you and Valdo and your family, because what I'm going to suggest to you that there was a gathering storm over the 12th and the 13th in the messages that had been received. But would you agree, I appreciate that the family's position is there were some hospital admissions you weren't aware of, but every time that VC had been admitted to hospital, what had immediately preceded it was an incident and an act of violence and aggression where the police had been involved. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And so you would have known that factor. So when VC is referencing in the messages the day before that don't come and visit me in hospital, would you agree that the context of every other hospital admission had been violence and aggression and police involvement?
Yes, I think that's fair, although, yeah, I'm not sure I understood the messages, and I think I understood that pattern as well as I understand it now, but yeah, I think you are right, yeah.
And I'm not going to go over the messages that you shared with Dr. Sedat or the family did in 2020, because what I'm going to suggest is you were fully aware that many of those messages reference violence and aggression, and that you're plainly defensive about those aspects that deal with violence and aggression, and you're seeking to downplay those. But the reality is you and the family were in possession of messages that showed that VC had thoughts of violence and aggression when he was delusional. And actually that had been what you had on the 18th of May 2020, and VC went on to attack a neighbour. But can we just look at this together? So we know on the 12th of June, he called you at 11:50. You didn't take that call because you were in work, but at 7:09 p.m, you had a 44-minute call. What I want to cover with that now, essentially in that call you're saying this is the last time we will speak, and essentially disassociate yourself from me, don't come and visit me in hospital. But that's 44 minutes, and I want to ask you, because we know at this time VC had been in London, been to the barbecue with Bill Montiero, and something's happened with a neighbour where VC subsequently has said there was an incident involving a zombie knife. Now, that's a 44-minute call.
Yeah.
Did your brother tell you anything about what he subsequently has said happened? And there's plainly been an incident with a neighbour, because Bill Montiero has texted VC about that.
Yeah.
Was anything said to you about what had happened in London?
No, nothing was said, no.
So you've had that call at 7:09 p.m. referencing hospital, and you must have thought plainly that VC was unwell again.
No, and I guess this is part of the confusion that is generated by, I guess, not knowing the diagnosis, not understanding the illness properly. And then when we sort of identify features that we think are indicative of crisis, passing that information on in a way that doesn't, I don't know how to explain it, that doesn't lead to action, or the information that you get back is that he's still well. Basically, yeah, he didn't sound unwell in the ways that we had known previously, if that makes sense. It basically became much harder to detect crisis.
So it's a very lengthy conversation.
Yes, yeah.
Is there anything else you can recall, bearing in mind, essentially, you've described, you've not been in contact with one another?
Yes, yeah.
Is there anything else of relevance to this inquiry, bearing in mind you're on oath, that was discussed in that telephone call that you've not addressed in your evidence?
Sorry, say that again?
It's a lengthy conversation in the context of essentially you and VC have not been in contact. Is there anything else relevant to this inquiry that was discussed in that 40-minute call that you've not already spoken about?
No, I think it was more about the paranoia. I think this might be included in the statement, where at some point I lost connection when I was walking through the house, and he took that as confirmation of like sort of interference, outside interference in the phone call. So it was stuff like that, and it was, you know, me saying, I think you're just unwell. I think at some point he was saying, no, that's not the case. So I was saying, you just need to go and seek help, speak to the services, and him saying, no, that's not the case. So it's just stuff in that regard.
Right. And then 10:52 p.m., your brother and your father have a conversation again where he says to your dad, don't come and visit me in hospital and tell mum not to contact me. Mm-hmm. You as a family now, particularly with the evidence you've given about the passages, must have been getting really concerned at this point.
Yeah, there is concern, and there is also this idea that we've been here before, if that makes sense, of Valdo saying things to that effect. He quite literally had said in October 2020, don't contact me, and then we'd passed it on to the services, and the sort of the messages that we received back is that that's not necessary, like he's okay. Does that make sense? So,
well, not really. What I really want to suggest is that, again, he's talking about hospital, and you as a family know what happens before hospital is police arresting him for violence.
Okay.
And why at this point now, again, VC referencing hospital, why the family weren't thinking, actually, this gathering storm, something is going on. Wherever he is, we now need to urgently contact police, even 999.
We would usually contact crisis, which is what we did, and you have, I guess, the entries of us doing that in July 2020.
I appreciate that, but this is something new.
Yes.
A new presenting issue. Again, so you thought about crisis, but didn't call crisis.
No, I'm saying we would usually call crisis if we were able to detect a crisis. What I'm saying is that it was quite difficult without the knowledge of what his illness is. Part of the issue was that we didn't understand the paranoia as being a part of an illness, if that makes sense. I thought his paranoia was in some ways orthogonal and in some ways separate to the illness, if that makes sense. So I didn't, and I'm pretty sure my family didn't either. This idea of, an escalation in paranoia, it was difficult.
You know that VC's travelling, because I think you hear that he's at a train station.
Yes, yeah.
But then we get then the 4:52 message, which I'm going to suggest in accordance with the message to the police, you knew absolutely well that he had done something already.
Okay.
So this is now, it's already, I've done something, and telling you to take the family out of the country. I'm going to suggest that 4:52 a.m. really was, even up until this point, was the moment, Mr. Calocane, when you absolutely should have been calling 999. At this point, Grace Barney had been killed, and there was an opportunity. And so I'm going to suggest that at 4:52, when VC's telling you to take the family out of the country, and it's already done, that's exactly what you should have done at that point, is ring the police.
I completely understand what you're saying. Again, it's hard to I guess, say this over and over again, that I had this long view of him wanting to commit suicide and me thinking that's what happened. But I think it is also worth, I guess, putting in context in the timeline when that phone call happens. As far as I'm aware, the police were already looking for Valdo for over 45 minutes or so. I didn't know where he was. I thought he was in Coventry. My only, I guess, thought later on was to contact Coventry police. So I understand your suggestion. I understand what your suggestion. I'm not sure whether the information that I knew was enough to determinately say that I needed, well, to call 999. I guess say that I think my brother's done something stupid. Yeah, I'm not sure how I felt about that.
That's right. And then just finally, please, because you deal within your statement, and time's not going to allow me to display it, about your brother driving to the family home in the July and the August of 2021. It's a 4-hour, 30-minute drive or thereabouts from Nottingham to where he lived. You'd identified, I think, in the paragraph before that the family knew at this point he wasn't taking his medication. It's clear from how he presented when he arrived at the family home in Wales, he's acutely unwell, not coming in the house, staying in the car. Bearing in mind risk to the public, he's driven all that way, he's acutely unwell and psychotic, and you'll understand why I'm asking these questions. Why on earth did the family not say, actually, this is really serious now? VC on these driving could seriously injure individuals, and why didn't the family make an intervention, particularly with your mother being a nurse and knowing about DVLA obligations, to report that fact that VC was driving at a time when he's acutely unwell?
Well, I'll say, I guess, from the outset that I feel like you might be assuming a little bit too much of what my mum might not have understood. But I don't know. I guess I'll let her deal with that tomorrow. But Ms. Cartwright, like, part of the issue is that we did not understand his condition. So in the conversation, I spoke to him. I remember speaking to him for hours and trying to reason with him about, the impact that this was having on my parents. But part of the issue is that he sounded calm, he sounded coherent. We had associated crisis with, I think Professor Blackwood has described it as the more disordered aspects of his illness. The not making sense, not being able to keep track of what he was saying, not being able to follow threads, and that wasn't here. And also, we quite literally contacted services on the 29th of May and been told that he was okay. And I guess that added with, I guess, our idea that if he drove, then, he must be well. It was just a lack of understanding of the condition, and I think that was it.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Straw. You've got no questions. I was just going to ask you just one question. When he said to you, just dissociate yourself from me, if anything happens, don't come and see me in hospital, you've said that you thought that meant that he was going to kill himself. Why would he then be in hospital? No,
so what I was saying is that that in conjunction with the 452 call, when I got that call at 452, that in conjunction with him saying yesterday, if anything happens, then come see me in the hospital, then maybe he was going to try to do something to himself and he might end up in hospital, which further made me think that he might be contemplating suicide. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but...
And just going back, paragraph 84 of your statement, page 23, so I'm clear. And just have that up, sorry, it's, yes, thank you. You've said there that you assumed that he was saying, after this I'll leave you alone, because you haven't spoken in several months. That phrase didn't, according to your statement, make you think that he was going to kill himself. This will be the last time I'll talk to you.
I think it was tone. I think because the whole conversation was mostly about the documents and the delusional beliefs, and this was just a very like in passing comment, if that makes sense. So.
Yes. All right, thank you. Well, we'll finish there today, and we'll start again tomorrow morning at 10. Thank you.
Please stand.